you, and you thought we was going away. Nah, it's Speak Out.
But let me just reverse a bit and say good morning to the listeners of Vibes. Welcome to the program.
If I stay within my setting as a public officer, as the public relations officer, and I stay just within the office space and do not go out to the public, how will we understand what is happening on the ground?
Still delivering.
We've done a lot, not just in terms of the general infrastructure, but homes, support to farmers, support to fishermen, etc. And as time goes by, more support will be given to Carriacou and Petit Matney.
It's Speak Out Unfiltered. Built back, even better to last.
Let us all strive to build a better country by putting aside our petty grievances and move forward with dignity, being proud of working hard and working together.
Anything that we're doing now, it's futuristic thinking. It's not for the now.
Education is the key in a country's development. That's it. If its people are not developed,
Even though go that far, no? Just remember knowledge is power. When you know, you know.
that's it.
It's Speak Out Unfiltered.
We're happy to have you.
On Vibes 101.3 and 106.3 FM every Thursday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Do you feel the vibes? Going.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.
Just want to say hi and hello again to you right here on Vibes FM. Welcome to the program Speak Out Unfiltered for today, Thursday, the 15th day of May. Good morning to our listeners in the trial and state of Carriacou, Petit Matney, Grenada. Good morning to you. What about those inside the Grenadines as well? Good morning to you. In the diaspora, good morning. Those of you on Facebook and also on YouTube, good morning to you. It's always a pleasure being here in the morning time, especially on a Thursday, and to bring the program Speak Out Unfiltered. To remind you again, it's your program where you can interact with us, and our telephone numbers to do so: 443-0101, 443-0101, and you can also call 403-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. 458-1914. Those are the numbers you can call to interact with us as we start our discussion right here on Vibes FM. So let me move right over this morning, and I'm going to start off with Solio. Sorry, Solio. Good morning. How are you doing this morning? Good morning to you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. It's a great opportunity. I feel well. I hope you are the same. And indeed, we look forward to a very exciting program today, because I am excited. I tell you why. Our good Lord, through a Minister of Health, acclaimed that our hospital is going to be started. So I only had to bow in humble adoration and say, how great thou art. Thank you, Lord. Great is thy faithfulness. All that good things, because we now have a facility, not just a hospital, We have a complex. So indeed, we're applying now for vibes to get an antenna on the compound of the complex. Understand me?
Oh,
Right.
thank you, Sully.
Right,
Thank you,
okay.
Sully, for that introduction there. And Koi, what's about you?
Well, when you say the kind of things you just said, where you expect me to say?
Yeah,
You know, but
you got to endorse that.
I endorsed it.
Okay.
That's the point I want to make, that I don't want to say it anymore because he has said it. But I think the idea of the idea of health in this state is important, and I could only see that the announcement that was made yesterday. I could see that has been important to us here in the state, especially in Carriacou. And I look forward to seeing the benefits coming out of it. It's long term, but I think that health is a long term factor too. So I look forward to see the benefits coming out of what is happening at this present time.
Okay, and our guest this morning, starting off the program, Keisha McFarlane. Good morning to you, Keisha. How are you doing this morning?
I am very fine indeed. It's a pleasure to be here one more time. And to thank you guys for having me this morning.
This is what we call the return visit.
Yes, it is.
You were there last week, right?
Yes.
And you went out into the field, and to tell us what your mission was all about, and I guess this morning we're going to try to get a little bit of an update, as to what transpired, right?
Definitely. Definitely.
Okay, so the floor is yours, as we always tell you. The floor is yours. As you said, good morning to all of our listeners, and those of us on Facebook, we're saying good morning to you as well. And those of you on the internet, rather, to those at your home, in your community, wherever you are in your comfort zone, good morning again. Keisha, Ms. McFarlane, go right ahead.
Yes, okay, but I come here with great excitement and appreciation for everyone. And I want to start out with God first, because without God, nothing is possible. And I also want to commend the group Women for Change for that great initiative and taking up that a mantle to do something for Miss Violet out of Mount Pleasant. And to be honest, Kim, we wasn't expecting the crowd that was there. The dress code, the ladies, I want to say the ladies of Carriacou and Petit Matnik looked amazing. They were out to impress on that night. And that night was a night that no one seems to forget or want to forget. It was just right. We had gentlemen was there, Mr. Leo was there. We were so pleased to see that men came and support, even though we say it, Women for Change, and people thought it was only a woman thing. It wasn't only a woman thing. It was also for everybody who would have been invited to that event. And as I said before, without the people and without the sponsors, nothing would have been possible. It took a lot of hard work, dedication, commitment for the entire members of the group to come out and to play their part. And I think they all did an amazing job from the start to the finish. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who played a part in this, even those who just give a contribution by just saying they think it's a good idea. That alone gave us that drive and that push to just want to do it again. And we are going to do it again once God permits us that health and strength. It was an amazing night. It was so nice that people meeting me. Oh, you didn't invite me to your function. It wasn't like that. It was out there for everyone to come. And the people that sponsored came, I just want to mention that I hope that God permit them that strength again to continue to do all what they're doing, because as I say before, and I would say it again, without the sponsorship, nothing would have been possible. Nothing at all would have come through. Everything fell in place. And we just want to thank God for that strength at the bossy for that group. And I hope that this group continue to push for excellence, continue to push for the people of Carriacou and Petit Matnik, by extension, Grenada.
Well, based on what I've been hearing, for the event there, and it was well organized as well too, and we're looking forward to a second event, maybe in the coming year, it could be something yearly. I guess that might be on the plate for you guys to start thinking about, right?
Yes, we're trying to do it yearly, Kim, and I think our next step is to head to PT Martinique because we don't want to leave out PT Martinique. PT Martinique is part of us. So we want to head to PT Martinique to do something as well. And not every year is going to be the same formal sit down stuff. We're going to change it up. We don't want it to be same thing every year. So we're going to change it up a little, make sure that we have a different vibes for the different type of people, the different village. We just want to make sure that we do it right and get it right. And accountability and all these things, we want to make sure that the group has the membership and so forth. So when we come on the radio, we come with things we can tell you how much finance we have. God forbid we don't have it now as yet. Well, how much finance we have, our way forward, the difficulties, everything we want to put it out there. There's nothing to be hiding or anything. But I think on that night, people had fun. Everything was excellent. There was nothing I can complain about at all. I even get on the dance floor with Miss Violet and we were just dancing and it was just amazing time. I can say that it was great.
But you mentioned the word group there, and I just want to reiterate a little bit there that you said to me that you guys formed this group now that's going to be doing, maybe fundraisers, maybe things like that during the year, waiting for the next one, right?
Yes, we're definitely planning to do some fundraisers because we also need to have money to start doing things, right?
Yeah.
So we don't always want to depend only on the sponsorship, but we want to make sure that we have a little in our hand where we can help, and not only help people out there, but if a member is going through something and we have a little something we can give them or to help them go forward with education, health, anything. We're trying that in a lot of ways to just make things different. We might do little activities where we go to the schools and do a little motivational speech, do anything. Even I'm hearing about tree planting, and we want to be part of that as well too. We want to be part of everything inside of Carriacou and PT Martinique that will uplift the group more and that would help the community. That is what the group is all about.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, so you'll be reaching out from time to time in the community for support and doing whatever you want to do, right?
Yes.
That's so nice. But go back a little on Miss Violet Charles Kwashi, how was she? How did she receive the gifts? I mean, was she overwhelmed or what?
She was she was very much overwhelmed. So it started out where she did her hair. I was there for the hair. Then she did her nail first, and the nail was done by Diane. And then she did her hair, and it was done by L&M Beauty Salon. That's Linda. And when I look at Miss Violet, I could see the smile and the change on her face. And then I said to Miss Violet, you know what? It's kind of late, so you go take a bus and go home. She, no problem. I said, as soon as you get home and you bathe and you dress, just call me. The group decided that we were not going to allow Miss Violet to take a bus to come down. So we hire a taxi. We send the taxi for Miss Violet. Then a little rain started to drizzle, so I decided to come out with my umbrella and bring in Miss Violet inside. And as soon, me, Kim, I love those type of things.
Yeah.
And when I look at Miss Violet, the smile on my face, there was even though I had problems, you could have never tell on that day because Miss Violet just made everything better. And when she walked in, I said, Miss Violet, she was sitting there and people coming in and they're asking, where's Miss Violet? I said, she's sitting right there. You made her pass Miss Violet straight? I said, yeah, she's sitting right there. And Miss Violet was smiling and she was happy. And when we played that song that Mr. Leo said to play for her, I let her go outside back. And I said to the people, as soon as Miss Violet walking in, everybody need to stand up. And there was no one was sitting on their seat. Everyone got up and Miss Violet was dancing her way in, Kim. It was dance until she reached to her head table. And we just had to make it interactive and we pick up people from the crowd so they can come and give Miss Violet her gifts. So it's not about only the members. We had people in the audience who were shocked that their name was called to come and give Miss Violet their gift her gift, and her children was there. Two of them was there, and I called up a son and I said, you know, a mother love is something you cannot forget. So you need to stand by your mother. And he was there with all smiles and pride. And Miss Violet really appreciated it. Even though when she saw me yesterday, she was all smiling and she asked me, you okay? I said, a little tired. She said, you're gonna be good. And this is a thing that we wanted. We wanted people to know that she's there. She's someone that you can recognize. She don't have to be Mrs. whatever to be having the masters whatever and doctorate, but she is someone in the community that is respected, and she respects a lot of people. She always greets you with that warmness, that love, and sometimes the simplest thing in life that is more important. Just a little hello. You might at the time never heard it. The little how you doing? How is your family doing? And that alone tells a lot about this woman. I think she really appreciated that.
And speaking about awards too, you know, so Leon, I realized, you know, that you were one of those who made the which one should we say, the Star Award,
yes,
the major award.
He got that.
And well, actually, this was one of the proudest moment for me of evening, because knowing who she is and how much I revere that lady,
Yes.
I would have been very disappointed if I didn't have a minute to interact with her. But it was done, and the thing that surprised me even more, the evening was well executed, very nicely done. Enough to say to get swell-headed, but 5 o'clock the next morning, Miss Violet was back at it again.
Yeah.
She is who she is. Nothing changes.
Yeah.
And the same token, my love.
Yeah.
But
Still the love there.
he never, I said, Miss Violet, I wonder if she doesn't get sick, if you don't feel bad or something. Same thing. Every morning, same place, same time. Yeah.
Well, it's nice, you know, when people appreciate gifts like that too. Eh?
Yes.
And I think it was well worth it, because you are one of those. I remember every now and then, right here on the program, we're starting off there, you always make mention of her, because you know she's always like in your path, in your route in the morning time, eh? And you always get that nice greeting.
You have to shake your head.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But it's nice.
So, well, again, Kisha, must commend you on the other ladies. And indeed, I must concur that the ladies were sharp. They were looking.
Yeah.
Well, had I known better, I would have put on a triple suit and a bow tie. I should have been not so very appropriately dressed, but I observed that. I said, gosh, the ladies did it that night. Yeah?
Yes.
Show us what it's all about.
And speaking about dress, though, Miss McFarlane, you didn't ask anybody to do anything special, you know, in dressing, you know, just say, come, you know, I guess they recognized the occasion and they wanted to show some support.
Yes, and Kim, they were well dressed. The ladies were looking so amazing. I was like, imagine if it is safe formal. Just imagine what these ladies would have come out with. But they were all, and Kim, before I leave, I just want to say I have some names I have to call out. I must call these people names. No. I make sure I have everything done and everything right. That's why I came with my paper. So nothing wouldn't go past anybody. First, I want to say thanks to Mr. Leo. As I said, when I get there, and I had to chair for a little while, I said, by the time I said bye, the lead didn't come out. So I want to say thank you so much, because without you, that would not happen. Without you, we wouldn't have a place to make this event what it were at that night on the 9th of May. And we really appreciate you, and we hope that you continue to support locally, continue to support people of the community. And if you see that there is something you can contribute towards us as a group to help us go forward, we gladly appreciate it. We're going to take everything, because we cannot do it by ourselves. We're going to need the people of Carriacou and Petit Martin to help us to go forward as we continue. So I just want to say a big thank you for that. We really do appreciate it. And don't worry, in time to come, days are coming.
As they say in Spanish, tinara. Oh, you're welcome, my dear.
Okay.
And also we want to thank you to say thank you to Kim, you again, and I mentioned your name that night. I said, if the lead didn't come out, you didn't even hesitate to even, and you continue doing that. I know in the past I would come by you and once you read or you listen to the idea, you will always give me that thumbs up. You will always say, Keisha, job well done. You might not show up, but you always show up in a different form, in a different way, by always contributing. And I want to say thank you for that. We really, really appreciate it. I hope that God continue to give you that strength to move forward. I seen it in your daughter. Casey, I'm sorry for her to call her name because she was there on that night, and it was amazing. That her poem was really nice, and it was short moment when I came in and just asked her to be part of it, and she was very excited. So that was great, Kim. I hope that you keep this up, and God continue to bless you and keep you, and everything for you will go 1,000 times forward. I just want to say thank you to Computer Classified, L&M Beauty Salon, Paddy's Enterprise, Ministry of Carriacou and Pitty Affairs, Dee's Neil, Flavor Fusion, Joan Postle, who was the first person when she heard the idea, contributed to this activity. She couldn't make it at the time, and that is understandable because we know health comes first, and we wish you a speedy recovery. Dominic and Rashida, Marcia Kwashi, Miss Gloria, Sincere Connor, Clinton John, well, Mohamed, that is Mr. Leo, DJ Putty. I cannot stress more. Sometimes people look at you and they wonder, oh, well, how? Why is always DJ Putty, DJ Putty? These are the people that do things without even asking for $1 because they realize they're going to get it back at 10 times force. And every time you call on Putty to do something that is going to contribute towards Carriacou, towards someone positively, he's always there. Putty was the first inside the morning and still first the evening to come and play, well dressed and everything without a cost, and still transported back his stuff. I want to say a big thank you to Putty, DJ Putty. The music was on point, the mic was on point, everything was there, and he stayed until the last person left. I want to say a big thank you to Putty for that as well. Sis and Paint, they came through. It wasn't just a talk and to get that flaunt out there, but they came through, and they also, Super Flint was the one keep calling to follow up to see if that we get the paint, even though he's not here, to make sure that everything is on point, right? Classy event. Without you guys, the place wouldn't have looked so amazing. And still stay back to the last point to make sure that everything was labeled for Miss Violet, to make sure that we didn't mix up nothing at all. And Carriacou and Pitty Parliamentary Office. I went in there as usual, give trouble, and they had no problem when coming to contribute anything. I want to say thank you guys so much. Without you guys, nothing would have been possible. Adapt Coastline, and this lady came in to do a cleanup at the Mount Pleasant Beach together with myself, which is Susgren. And when she heard about what we were going to do, she didn't have no problem in contributing anything towards this cause. So I just want to say thank you to them. Ashba Plenty, want to say thank you. And for everyone that came out, the speakers, the people, the audience, Kendall Mack was there on point, Roll Patterson. Just want to say thank you guys so much. Without you, nothing would have been possible. These are the people that we always like. Paddy's Enterprise, you guys was amazing. They were amazing, no question asked. So Kim, I just want to say thank you, especially to the group. Clement as well, the police, she was amazing. Everybody was amazing. And we just want to say thank you, and I hope that they keep it up. I hope that they continue to grow. And as we go forward, we will come to you guys as the older heads who've been in business for long, who've been in group, out of group, and been going forward, so you can give us some advice, way forward in things that we can do. And we're definitely going to take it because we're not too big to learn. And we don't want this group to just be another group that created in Carriacou. We want this group to go forward and continue to build and to grow and to make things better for Carriacou and Pitty.
And there's one thank you that I want to mention at this time too. I remember on the program, Solio, there was two gentlemen who reside in the USA who made a contribution of $100 US towards groceries and everything like that.
Yes.
The names I don't recall the names right now, but you yeah.
But I'll take the liberty.
Yeah.
I think it was Mr. Floyd Davidson, Richard McQuilkin, and Hugh. I think it's McLaren.
Okay.
Yeah, McLaren. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Those are the guys. Those are the owners of
Winwood Pride.
Winwood Pride.
Oh, nice.
Very,
Oh yes.
Nice.
When they heard us, on the program when they came in, they were discussing. They said, "Listen, we want to make a contribution too as well." And the beauty about it, they said that they were going to send the money to me, to some means. They didn't tell me what, but by about 9 o'clock the next day, the money was in my office.
Well, that's a great
this is people who are committed and really, really want to make a contribution. They didn't hesitate, whatever. And Miss Violet Kwashi, and she came in and she did a nice shopping. And she was very thankful. But the thing about it, staff was with her, and you could see that's Miss Kwashi from day one, smiling, talking, never loud in anything.
No,
but you could hear and you could feel that love she shares with people. It was so nice, I mean, everybody wanted to help her shop, her sister. But it was good, and she appreciated it.
Yeah.
So this is something, I just wanted to mention those guys.
Yes.
They was not on your list, but there was a list.
Well,
gesture.
from my group, myself and the group, and Miss Violet, we want to say thank you to these guys, and we hope one day we get to see them, and to always being supporting from the outside is a great thing as well too. We want to say thank you guys so much.
Okay. Well, that would just about wrap it up, right? For your thank yous and your appreciation for what transpired. And I'm saying to right, I'm looking forward to the next one.
Yes, Kim, the next one coming. The next one is definitely coming. People are asking, so the next one is going to come. We just want to make sure that we prepare, organize, have our meetings, see where we had with little loops, and get it together, right?
Okay.
But to the public, we want to say thank you. And we, as Kim said, we are looking forward for the next one. And we hope, we know when the next one comes, we know how these ladies are going to dress. So we know we have to top it up this time again. Thank you so much. And Kim Vibes always having me. I want to say thank you guys for having me this morning as well. And continue your program.
Well, thank you so much again. And keep up the good work, you and your group, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, so that was just about to wrap up, what transpired last Friday. And speaking about what transpired last Friday too, Solio, the same Friday, the big celebration was taking place inside of Winwood with the opening of the Northern Fish Market, right?
Yeah.
Center of Northern Fish Center. Yeah. And that was big, and that was very impressive as well too.
Amen. And
before you go on there, because the phone's been ringing all along, So let me just try to take a couple of calls quickly, because we're going to come right back to that. Vibes FM, caller live. Caller, come in.
Mr. Mills.
Yes, good morning.
Greetings. To
Greetings.
And Mr. What were the others again? Mr.
Coy.
Joseph.
Yes, Joseph.
Mr. Coy.
Yes.
Mr. Mills.
Yes, go right ahead.
I beg your humble indulgences to make an intervention here.
Go right ahead.
You may have heard me from time to time make my noises politics in this country. I have a totally different approach to politics because I understand what politics means, the origin, the etymology, the linguistic morphology of the word, what it really means. And so as a matter of fact, therefore, I've recognized that in Grenada for years, and this is why I'm struggling to have it changed, because I believe the basis for this is the system that we live in. But until we get that change, we had to walk it so. As in Central Garage, they used to say, walk it so still.
Okay.
I was obligated. Let me admit too that I do not listen to quote-unquote talk show programs in Grenada. Because I have a yearning for learning, and I don't learn anything from any one of these chaps. But recently, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, somebody had called me and said to me, John, let me go a little faster here. I want you to listen something on, because they were particularly speaking on the program. It was the recording which I found out later on about the issue related to the houses in Simon Bolivar village, like Alum St. David.
Okay.
And there was this great talk show host who was, from time to time, I was told, of being the best talk show host in Grenada. For me, nothing but a bunkum, babbling buzzard. I know them three be bunkum, babbling buzzards, paid to repeat narratives from partisan politicians and demagogues. But I'm beyond that. But the fact of this gentleman making the statement to the effect that the houses in La Colombe were distributed to what he referred to, his own words, the NNP government, is one of the biggest lies, Mr. Mills, that I heard that morning, and I was obligated, therefore, to make this statement. And for the nation, learn this. The negotiations between the government of Venezuela, when in 2005, after the second hurricane thereabout, Comandante Chavez offered these houses to the government of Grenada, 100 houses. The government of Grenada was supposed to provide the land. I lived in Venezuela then, and I was laying on my back with my foot cocked up, as I used to do when I have nothing to do. I lost my sight, and I was doing some training in mobility and orientation as a blind person. And so that day I was home when he made the announcement. I know that these are the negotiate, and the building started there about 2006 thereabout, and it went on. There was a failure in communication between the governments, led by, and note I'm not saying any NNP government, I'm saying led by Keith Mitchell. He led the administration with which the government of Venezuela made the negotiation. The land was provided by the government of Grenada, and the houses were built. The government changed in 2008. I was still out of the country, but I was making arrangements to come home when this thing turned up. Brothers here, no names, no warrant for now, made arrangement for me with the government and so on to get one of these houses. I entered the house on the 23rd of January 2009. But the official writings, according to the government of Grenada, is that on the 9th of the 9th, 2009, 9th of September 2009, and the houses were officially handed over to the government of Grenada, then led by a gentleman called Tillman Thomas. I have nothing to do with political parties. The arrangement with the government of Venezuela, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, had nothing to do with whether it be NNP, the neo-Nazi party, nor the NDC. The nonsense, no, this one is the, whatever it is, NDC. I am speaking about the government of Grenada. So to tell the Grenadian people today, and mind you, I couldn't care less. As a matter of fact, the NNP has been the worst thing that Grenada ever witnessed as a political party. But to tell the people of Grenada that they hand over, it was the NNP that handed the houses out to the people, and from then were deceiving them because they didn't give them the documentation and what is a lie. And I'm here to denounce that. The individual name is Kem Jones.
Mm-hmm.
He's a bunkum babbler, he's a liar, he's a manipulator, but I don't want to go any further on this. But I despise, it disgusts me, it really gives me displeasure to hear people like that telling lies to the Grenadian people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm here denouncing.
Well, let me
that's
just...
what I heard,
yes,
and that's what I can talk about. Don't we spoke of any other lies. But when I heard that, I noted it. I said I was really calling to denounce it. It's a lie.
Okay, right. Caller, let me just chip in for a minute there, because what you heard there, I heard that too. But that was in the beginning of the program. Now, when it came to the ending of the program, some corrections were made when he said that the houses started to build around 2004, and then believed that Hurricane Emily stopped the progress of the building, and then finally it was completed around 2009. And that's when he made the statement and saying that it was given out by the NDC. The correction was made.
Oh,
yes. The correction was made that he mentioned that it was the NDC coming in the 2008 and the 2009 gave out most of the houses, I think he said, but to that effect.
Right.
But there was a correction that was made.
September.
Yeah, there was a correction that was made because apparently he must have. Yeah.
Well,
the first part you heard there is correct.
I didn't follow
you didn't follow the rest of it.
Conversation because
right.
When I hear these lies, I get real
you get. I could imagine that too. You're right. But he did.
But if he made the correction, I'm happy he did.
Yeah, he did. He did make the correction.
Because these chaps are just, what you call them, spin doctors. Yeah, they speak to make their money, I am beyond that. I believe in the truth because I only see Grenada. I couldn't care less about NDC, nor NDC, nor NNP, nor TNP, or whoever they are. I'm concerned about my Grenada. That's me, Mr. Mills.
Right.
For what it was, I thought I denounced it, but I'm happy that he corrected it.
Yes. And by the way, you say you got one of the houses, did you?
Yes, I live in one of the houses, number 16 to be exact.
Okay. And the problem... Yes.
Pardon, go ahead, Mr. Mills.
The problem with the sewage system, what they were experiencing there.
Well, as a matter of fact, I was walking down the road recently and so on. 2
Okay.
weeks or 3 weeks ago, I was going to do my medical checkup, check my numbers
Yeah.
and so on. And when I reached by the bridge, my mask was infiltrated because I wear a twin N95. I have a problem with my respiratory system. So anything that I smell upsets me and give me a headache and so on. So I used to wear a powerful anti-gas mask, but it becomes so heavy for me now and so on. I use a twin N95. All right?
Okay.
And when I reached by the bridge, I smell something real pungent. And it tells me that the system has a defect. I don't know. I hope that they're maintaining it. So I pulled the mask down a bit, and in fact, there was a stench emanating from the system.
Mm-hmm.
So I called on them one time and took the opportunity to have a look at it. Something is going wrong there.
Right.
But it used to be bad. As a matter of fact, there's something about this system, Mr. Mills.
Mm-hmm.
I came in here on the 23rd of January 2010. And that system fell apart in about August of 2010. And the water from the system used to run directly into the drain along the road into the river. This was denounced time and time again during the tenure of Mr. Tillman Thomas. And then again for the next 10 years afterwards until the recent administration which took over again corrected it. But it was the government's duty to do it. There was nobody else to do it. Because it was built by the government of Grenada, as far as I understand. The houses were built and donated by the government of Venezuela, but the sewer system was built by the government of Grenada. The thing is that we paying the government to do jobs for the people, and we can't be claiming this and who this is an NNC, and the hell with that. This is Grenada.
Right.
But anyway, as I said, they did assist a thing there. They came in, they introduced it. I even made a contribution to it that related to the filtration system. And as a matter of fact, the engineer, when he spoke, had to admit that, in fact, the system at the end of it would have charcoal filtration to guarantee that the water that goes over the effluent into the river and so on would be in fairly good condition, because I had an experience operating around one of these systems and so on, particularly in the international airport when they were handed over and so on.
Okay.
So I asked the question. But there is a problem there right now. I do not want to claim too very much. In my house, I don't smell it, but walking the road, I do smell. That means that something is eating up the bacteria and it is not functioning that it should be.
Okay, but it's much better than it was, right?
But it's, of course, 100% better than it used to be. And I'm happy that the government of Grenada found it responsible to do it.
Yeah.
But it's the government of Grenada. Ain't no party. There's a difference between a government and a party. The hell with party. Parties don't run government. We have ruined this. We had an opportunity in this country where the party ruined the government. The revolution was the best thing there was for this country, but the party screwed it. Done with its party control of government. That's why I tell you we have to reconstitute this nation, but that's another subject matter. The means for what it was. Have a nice day, will you?
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution there. Okay, to remind our listeners, 443-0101, 443-0101, and 403-0101, 458-1914, 458-1914. Gentlemen, you heard Citizen Rollo.
Yes.
He's so knowledgeable about what happens in our community, and his memory, and sometimes when he quotes the date and times and everything like that, it amazes me.
No, I'm always slowed by Citizen Rollo. He's eloquent, and sometimes somebody words he uses, I have to go to Google or go to my dictionary to live. Citizen Rollo.
Yeah,
and I always enjoy hearing him. A lot of people may have some dissenting voices, but as far as I'm concerned, Citizen Rollo is on point.
All the time.
Yes.
Let me go to the phone calls. Let me ask the WhatsApp callers, please hold on. Landline caller first. Landline caller, come in. Caller, come in.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Yes, good morning.
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, what I'm going to say this morning, it concerns me a lot. and that is why I want to speak out. I want to say to the NDC that some of the news they're not very good news, and I find they are very laid back in many things. And I think the campaign for the next election should start right away because, as I say, many people are talking, and they have to be serious because the next election is not going to be a walk in the park. I would like the leadership of the NDC to take seriously the views of the supporters and act on them, because many people think that the NDC is a one-term government. They have to dispel that kind of talk. And many people feel that too many of the NNPs are in positions of authority, in top position, and they most likely undermining the government. So the leadership have to take seriously of this sort of thing. And from time to time, one hears that the NNP are beating the chest and saying, well, although the NDC is in government, but we are in charge. So again, I want them to be seriously, to take, cognizance of that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You hear from time to time again, NDC does not look after their supporters. In other words, they don't look after their foot soldiers. And this has been said quite a long time ago, and the NNP supporters are looking after their own, but the NDC never look after their own. So they want to take these things seriously and do something about it. I understand that there is one MP, for example, in the St. Andrews area, who looks after the NNP supporters more than his own. Maybe that's not true. I'm not too sure, but that is what he's saying. They must realize that NNP don't change, and the slogan is "eat them out and vote them out." Right? They are hooked on the idea that the poor and vulnerable, and some of these people, they just want to sit down home and do nothing and get money. Again, they are hoping that what happened in Trinidad some time ago, well, not very much, about 2 weeks ago, the way they elected a woman MP as prime minister, and it's going to happen in Grenada as well. So I want to say to them that Trinidad and Tobago is very different to Grenada, right? And if we ever make the mistake to elect the NNP back into office, we will get more of the same: backwardness, corruption, spite, and victimization. NNP is only criticizing. They're not coming up with any positive ideas, only criticizing, including the leadership of the union as well. Now we must understand, those of us who know our history and can remember, NNP was in power for 23 and a half years, and as far as I'm concerned, they did nothing. NDC did in 6 months what the NNP failed to do in 23 and a half years.
Okay.
Let me make my last point. Concerns are also being expressed over the 10,000 given to NNP and to members of parliament as community allowance. Now, this again is raising a lot of talk, whether it is another salary for MPS, and if this money is being accounted for, or it is being squandered or abused. I think we should have a serious debate over this situation, because some of us are very responsible people in the community, and we want to know how our tax dollars are being spent. And I will suggest a small committee to look into this matter and let the members, when they make a purchase of this 10,000, it must be accounted for. Let them show receipts and so on and so forth. That's my contribution for today. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you so
for
much, Jay.
listening to me.
Okay, next caller. What's up, caller? Come in. Caller, you're
Pleasant
next.
good morning to you.
Yes, good morning. Yes.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning. You're on.
And how are you all doing too?
Okay, not
Okay,
bad.
I have a concern,
Yes.
gentlemen. My concern is a Japal young lady who they say is a caretaker for St. Andrews. And she is the youth in the youth parliament as the opposition leader of the parliament. I think you have something in the constitution that speak against that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, so that is my concern. This is my concern.
Okay.
Yeah, the Japal young lady, because she shouldn't be they shouldn't make her and the caretaker because she's part of the youth parliament. The youth parliament as the opposition leader in the youth parliament.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If I'm not mistaken, I think the clerk of parliament wrote a letter to the opposition leader. Didn't proceed concerning that? Did he follow up on that? Oh, the call is gone. Okay.
I don't know. I didn't get any.
Yeah. No.
Because a lot of people are having that concern. We was talking about it, me and a few guys.
Yes. I think something is in the making as it pertains to that. We should be getting some results very soon, hopefully, because that should not be taking place. Okay. All right, caller. Thank you so much for your contribution there. Next caller. Next cell caller coming. Caller, you on?
Hello.
Yes. Go right ahead. Yeah.
How are you, sir?
Oh, not bad at all. Okay.
Wonderful. The caller before this one spoke about some concern he have with the NDC, and his concern is very, very genuine. And I must admit that is the talk around this country. 99% of what the man said is almost true. I was traveling this morning, and I stopped to offer a lady a ride. I mean, I tell her I'm not no political activist, and the woman cussing me and telling me, and I know that she totally support the NDC. There's no question about it. She's away. And she behaving as well, is an NDC supporter or what? She said, go and tell the NDC that the people and them they giving the work and they don't giving their supporters work. Make sure they get them to vote for them next election. And this is a serious concern, my brother. And it is very, very genuine that the NDC need to take stock of what is happening. Yes, the government is working and they're doing a good job. I must say that. But they need to take stock of the people that supported them. The food soldier, they need to take stock of it. Otherwise, they'll come up with a rude awakening. Thank you, my brother.
Okay, thank you so much, Jay. Again, 443-0101. 443-0101. 403-0101. And you can also call 458-1914. 458-1914. Let me take another call. Caller, you're live. Caller, come in.
Oh, hello. Good morning to the team.
Good morning.
I just wanted to say that you, Kim, and Mr. Leo is encouraging Rolo to get a heart attack. The way his voice goes up, it's decibels. I have to turn my volume down. Are you going to cause this man to get a heart attack? Both of you are encouraging him. That is all I have to say. You have a good day.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, Leo. So Leo?
Well, I don't think that's the way he expresses himself. I think
that's his way of expressing. That's his way of speaking. Yes.
I think his pressure is under control. I don't think he's going to get a heart attack.
No. He's okay as far as I know. You know, he's one of those who like to be detailed in a speech. You know, and make sure that you hear what he's saying, make his points proper. He doesn't speak too fast.
Yes.
But so you could get the substance. You know, Vibes FM. What? Yes, caller, come in.
Yes, thank you very much, and pleasant good morning. Well, the first two callers, and I probably should not call name, but Mr. Rolo in particular, and the second caller, and they have expressed my sentiments, and I have said it before because I am very much disappointed with this present administration. Now, I don't support any political party, and I have been doing so for the past so many years, 30-something, 40 years. But I am suffering here as a one-foot farmer. And as I said before, well, I can tell you that last weekend gone, and 3 years before that, and I planted a whole set of bananas, Go Michelle, Logo, the Batnat, etc. And weekend gone, I was so pleased and so happy. It was a sweet moment for me. The truth is, I actually got a bunch of plantain in my lands, and I actually got a bunch of Go Michelle. 1 grain of plantain weighed 3/4 pounds. 1 grain of Go Michelle weighed 9 ounces. And this is all my doing for the past 3 years. But I'm suffering here with predial larceny, and I'm also suffering here with animal husbandry. People's animals are literally licking me up. Now, I am saying again, the sentiment shared with the two first callers, and it is so true. You know, I wanted to probably support this present administration, but some of the comments made by the present Prime Minister, I mean, they are very disturbing. And even there is the one called Ron Redhead, who actually made a funny statement. We are not in the business to please people. You know, it's a question I keep asking myself, you know, why are you all in Parliament? Why are you all in office? If you all are not there to please people, well, look, I wouldn't stay longer. I think I had enough of that. So I wish them all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, next caller. Will I caller come in?
Yes, Mr. Mills, you have a half a minute there?
Yes, go right ahead.
I'd just like to assure that caller there, but for the past year, probably 18 months, every month I check my numbers. 110/70. You hear me?
Oh, okay.
110/70.
All right.
How you hear me speak has nothing to do with my heart. So don't worry.
Okay.
I'm all right.
Rolo, all right.
You,
okay, thank you so much. Isn't that nice? 110, Koi. 110/70. Couldn't be better than that.
I mean, a lot of
we should.
Was struggling in that area. So.
Yeah.
But so yeah, it's good, man. It's good. His heart is strong.
Yeah, definitely. And like I say in the beginning, his way of speaking, he's very eloquent, and he makes sure that you hear everything that he's saying, in detail, And I like that. When you have speakers like that, I admire them. Vibes FM, London caller coming.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Good morning. How are you doing?
Okay, already.
Yeah, well, I want to say good morning to my caretaker, Miss Tessa. Now, I find out she stick on one place too much. She's sticking on one place too much, which is a place on the Simon side. And I heard that an MP friend was telling me yesterday that she saw where she had a meeting on that area. But she don't have no meeting in my community. Check, she haven't got she don't have a meeting for the time as it in my community. And she holding meeting in this area. And I know that's an NMP area. That's an NMP area. And having this meeting is good. But having again is a very, very bad something. Now the people go listen to her. But when the time comes, what we have to do, I sure it is maybe one or two who have the sense, they might vote for the NDC. I find too much of work is going on that area there. Too much of work, toilet and bathroom. And that's a place where Miss Kate Lewis and Miss Emily hard was to work and deliver to these people in this area. And they are calling for the bushing. But they will get the bushing work just now. But want to say no apology. That I know it's 4 fortnight. On the last fortnight, let me give them, whoever this man that they be, let me give them the last fortnight. If they're planting, let me give them the pressure and put the pressure. Give them the last fortnight. Not for vote, not for nothing, but just give them the last fortnight in the 4 whatever bushing when it come out and when it starts. Give them the last fortnight. Have a good morning.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
all I have to say this morning.
All right, thank you. So, yeah, okay, right, okay. Gentlemen, you realize, that the way this thing set up or was set up or is set up, with the former administration, is creating all this anger and this kind of, one-sidedness or whatever people are terming it to be, That's the way, you see, the thing was set up in such a way, I give you, you support me. I give you, you support me. If you don't support me, I don't give you. And we have to get out of that mindset. We have to get out of that. Because that is not good governance. That's not the way it's supposed to be. You do things for the community, to develop the community, to develop people, and not handouts for votes. That's bad.
Buying loyalty, and
but I mean, we know that over the years, politicians have treated this whole issue about campaigning and elections and so on as a transactional thing. I mean, here when you go out there, you raise funds, you go out there and you give people things because you expect them to
give back.
Yeah, so it's transactional. It's not for the love of people per se. I mean, yes. I mean, I'm not saying there isn't, but I'm just saying the focus is on transactional. I knock your door and I come by you and I say, yeah. And of course, when you go and visit, the people who will say, well, things hard. Things hard. They had to say that. They had to say, give me anything. Just say things hard, and then no, because it's transactional.
Because what I saw once happen, in handshakes, money was in the palm of the hand. Handshake. So when you shake in the hand, you have to try to squeeze it yes, because you don't want it to drop.
Yes.
Those things. You see that's what we're speaking about. I mean, it's going to take some time to leave us. Because it didn't come overnight, It's the last 30 years, this thing's been
festering, man.
Yeah, trust to us, and then that's the way of life now for us. So we have to give ourselves time since it fade out. All that we have to do is keep attacking the fact that it has been happening and the detriment of it to society.
Vibes FM, WhatsApp caller coming.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning.
How do you?
Okay.
Right. I'm calling on three things now. The first one, we have a road that the NNP people start and they didn't finish the road. We are asking, please, if they could do it because this road is so bad and the racism is just behind the cockpit, just behind the door. Open the door, see rain ready. That's the problem. And we have another next one again concerning the MIT. I got damage in. Hello.
Yes, go ahead. We're hearing you.
Yeah. I got the land damage after burial. I went to the ministry, please. I went to the water league and I speaking to. I beg, and only bramble alone. So we ain't get nothing. I don't get nothing up to no. July, if I live to see for July, will make 1 year after the hurricane. Right. My house gets hot after a burial. I went to the MIT place in Tonga by Tonga. I talked to them. They said, go to the ministry, go to the person representing St. Mark's Day and talk to them. I went there, I talked to them. They said they will come and look and see and take the information. I sit down there and watch people pass straight and they go way up the whole team of 9 of them, man and woman, and they have a book and pen and they pass straight and they go the way. So that's the problem I'm facing right now.
But did you try calling out to them? Maybe they didn't know where you are. Maybe they didn't see you or something of the nature. Did you?
The people who run any business, they know me. They know me. I work with them and they know me. They know me from head to foot. They know me. I even talked to a lady again. His son run for St. Mark's and he lost his seat. So she told me she go work on that. She go and talk to them. They say they will come. And up now they don't come. Up now they don't come and check on it. So when they go for friends and hide there for sickness, I use it out and I patching still. So I asking God for to spare me for the hurricane because I know it will be terrible.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Okay.
Yeah. We pray for the best.
We pray for the best. Always. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yes, sir. Okay, caller. Thank you for. Okay, bye. Next landline caller. Come in. Landline caller, come in. You're on. Caller. Hello. Caller. All right. If caller.
Good morning.
Yes. Good morning. Go ahead. Yes.
Good morning.
Yes. Go ahead. Yes.
Good morning.
Yes. Morning.
Good morning.
The problem is.
Go ahead, callers. Keep speaking. Listen to me on the phone, not on your radio.
The problem is what's going on to me. from the beginning. They told. I haven't got a radio.
No, or whatever. Something is in the background playing. Something is playing in the background. Don't listen to it. Listen to me on the phone and have a conversation with me. Caller? Caller? Okay, let me take another caller. And what's up, caller? What's up, caller? Coming. You've been waiting. Caller, coming. Caller, what's up, caller? Oh yes, it did. What? Basket man? Yeah. Oh, it sound like.
Morning, Kim.
Yes, morning.
Basket man.
Yeah.
How you doing, Mr. Joseph and Mr. Kai? Morning.
I'm fine, thank you, Basket man. I'm fine, thank you.
Holding on.
Well, the same thing I was saying last week, campaign is on. 1 and 2. NMP people in charge of Grenada, not NDC people, because NDC people hardly getting anything. As I say, you see our culture say, nothing going on by here. And that's where I'm from. Nothing going on up there. Trust me. The minister doesn't even come up there. I tell you, my daughter live there and she doesn't even know the minister. You understand?
Okay.
So we have a dangerous president sitting here because and then people win the election if NDC are working on start to campaign now and go on the ground, I say boot on the ground. You can depend on Andy and Ron and the Prime Minister to win the election, you know. The other ministers have to work. So we are calling on them to go on the ground and let people get to know them and know what and look for it. And Clem Jones saying it all the time. Look for your supporters. But everybody, I see what's going on. NDC people looking for NNP people to support. NNP people would not be voting for NDC. They will take everything they get and they're so greedy, nasty ways, and still vote out the NDC. After talking and I say, I'm afraid to say, after election campaign start. Well, the next thing I will talk about here, Mr. Coy and Mr. Kim. Predial larceny. The law on predial larceny have to amend. The people is not getting enough jail for predial larceny. They're supposed to get jail. When they come out in jail, they have to take boat to go their home because the people who are working too hard and the people robbing what they have and they don't get in. You hear the man say get a greater plant because they're keeping so much in the land. My brother had a land. He had five planting and two bloggers. A man thief all. He's in jail now, but how much jail he get? You know, the jail is not enough for the people for predial larceny. Predial larceny jail is supposed to come out as a gun charge because the people sacrificing and work, sacrificing to get plants, sacrificing for manual, just cleaning up and everything, and they ain't getting nothing. The reason why I'm not in the land because up by me, when you plant the thing in the land, before the thing start to grow, they know. Before it, as you cut land cutters, they know. When it start to plant, they know. And every second after they pass in, they're making the road like the highway to come up in our land. So I don't go in the land. And the next thing, Miss Pierre, like there's some seaweed just coming Grenada. When NMP the Grenville used to be stink as the lake, Subies and Matthew used to be so stink. But today she calling on the NDC government to deal with the seaweed. The NDC government said this year that it's not the time that they can't deal with everything one time. And she's not listening, you know. She just run blah blah about. The NDC is going to deal with it right when the time is right. Everything cannot be done at the same time. But when they was there for 20-something years, what did they do? They didn't do set and nothing in motion. But today she calling on the NDC government to do this, do that. Farmers have to get it. When Ivan passed and Emery passed, how much farmers got to get it from Kit Mitchell or NLP government? And I know that plenty of people get help from this storm that gone there, in Sortes and around the island and Carricook, mostly. But when Ivan passed, I didn't even get a bag of food. So not even a bag of food. If I couldn't do shopping tree, I had to go back up in the country because I know that my provision and things. I was starving St. George. But You know how it is. I know work. I could paint. I could do carpentry. I could do plumbing. I could do a lot of work. So I don't have no problem to help people and get food.
Okay.
So this is how I survived in Ghana and come at that time. And as I say again, MDC people, get on the ground, boots on the ground, or win election. When you're there in your parish, in your house, you can't win election. So I hope they're hearing.
Okay.
And Countryman, I hear what you say, and I feel supporting you. One love.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Okay, bye-bye. Next caller, landline. Landline comment. Thank you for waiting here.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning, yes.
The problem is since the NDC came in power, I'm asking the government, the leader, to change the people in government, especially in education and agriculture. They are the one undermining the government, and he don't want to hear. He's just constantly feeding his enemies. You take how much money and you give the people on them on the salary. Why you did that? You're feeding the enemies to get back stronger on you. That is why they're constantly pouring on you. Change the people, move them around. You don't want to do it. So hence the reason why whatever we get, we have to accept it because he's causing it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay.
Yeah.
Gentlemen.
Yeah.
People have to speak what's on their mind.
Absolutely.
And we give them the opportunity right to speak out unfiltered, okay? And this is
Kim, I do agree, and I always encourage people to speak, but I think we should also try and develop a culture of when we speak, we use the basis for what we're saying as them say. I hear this. They say this. You see, information is important, and okay, we might say something and then we might be able to take it back, but it has already gone out. So let's make the effort to make sure we know what we're saying. Not I hear they say. Who is they say? But we can get the information if we want it.
But that is a trend.
Yeah.
And I noticed just a couple of days ago, I was listening to something from Diablo. And almost every statement he made is what he was hearing.
They say that.
They say that. They say this, and he's sometimes he's come and say, well, if that is true. Yeah. Every now and then, if that is true, or if that is so, whatever.
Clearly know they know what they're doing by putting these things in people's minds, so that because here, okay, there's problem here. No, be careful what they're saying. Where are the evidence?
They don't have any evidence, but they just want to make some noise, in that effect. And the next thing that they're doing sometimes, one person might come to them and air a view, right?
Yes, and
they start saying
everybody.
Go along with
5FM. 5FM. Landline caller come in. Caller? Yes, you're on. Yes.
I'm on?
Yes, you're on. Yes.
King, you're listening to the people this morning?
Yeah.
I hope Leo is listening also.
Mm-hmm.
When you hear one call, two call, three call, and they're on the same subject, let me tell you something. I was on the street this morning. I had a conversation with a heavy NEC supporter, which is a woman. And what I get from her, I didn't feel too good at all. So what you hear these people saying, I hope these guys are listening. Because it's the NNP supporter that is benefiting every damn thing. What the people saying is no joke. It is out there. And let them know. 2 seats cannot put you back there. 3 seats cannot put you back there. So what the people is saying, I hope they are listening. Because I am a heavy supporter too. And what I'm hearing, I don't like.
Okay.
So I hope they're doing their homework.
Okay.
Doing the work here and doing the work there wouldn't put you there back inside there. You have to look after your people, them that put you there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The next WhatsApp caller come in. WhatsApp caller? Hello? Caller, you next. Hello?
Good morning, Mr. Mills.
Yes, good morning.
How you doing?
Oh, not bad.
Panelists.
The panelists, they're all right.
Yeah. What the people and them are calling about with who gets the benefit of the relief.
Yeah.
It happens all over the place. It happening in Carriacou too. Don't believe it happening in Carriacou. And I know that for a fact. And who I know that? They ain't have boots on the ground. But let me give you a personal thing that happened to a friend of mine in Grenada in the line. I was there. And the NNP team, they had a big book, and they're coming around to find out what the people need in the area. So when they meet by my good friend, I was right by his gap. I said, anyone of all from in this area? They tell me, yes, we are from the area here. As well, are they supposed to know that he had this thing started before Ivan? And when Ivan come, the house break down, so he had us to patch the board house and give up on the wall house. So all they want to know what he need. All you pass, all you camping, all you know what he need. And all you know is a supporter. And you know what the gentleman told them? He said, all you trying to buy NNP supporters, but NNP supporters ain't moving.
That's so true.
Yeah.
Yeah, the gentleman told them that. And I'm talking about living example. On a one-on-one, I could call and I could tell you who came.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Have a good day.
Thank you so much. Personal experience, eh?
Yep.
Oh boy. I mean, it's like I say, this thing with this party and giving to get. It's a real mess,
Pay for play.
Yeah, it's there. Pay for play.
Yes, pay for play.
That's it.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's something that we really, gentlemen, I think it's something that we really should really encourage our people to understand that. I mean, do not be part of this transactional thing that's going on. I'm not saying you won't get anything, but I'm saying let us proceed with caution and get away from this thing about not getting the facts right, but an opinion and just run with it as though it is gospel truth. I mean, we don't get anywhere other than dung.
Well, from time immemorial, that has been the case, if I give you a story, if I tell you something, you tell Kim. By the time Kim tells the other person, the story is half truth and opposite to what we started with.
And if you go down the line, it's night and day.
You wonder now, where that come from?
So that's what life is. So we must be aware of that. That is why we were saying we cannot be complacent, and we must pay attention to things like the party structure and what the party is doing. For example, here in Carriacou, what I see happening here and what I see that is being done here by this administration. Unprecedented, we never had it so good. But that wouldn't always win you an election, So we have to look at the things that is going to be beneficial to the party and to the candidate, and also give them the ultimate attention. Otherwise, we'll be sitting there disappointed.
Yeah. I think you're right about that. This is something that needs to be looked at. Because it's in the DNA. If you say it like that.
Yes. You see, the thing is, people in Carriacou in particular, because I always use Carriacou as an example because charity begins at home, and Carriacou has been so divided. Probably, if you go around, you'll get more green blood than yellow blood. Some of them not being technical, they're subtle, and they're keeping the cards close to the chest, but in as much even as good as the difference this government is making, some people, instead of using that and say, job well done, is a bit of a jealousy there.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a jealousy. So they look for that little 2 or 5% that you could criticize and pounce on it. And those, I tell you, in Carriacou, my man had this thing very well established,
Yeah.
He had a family, what do you call vulnerable family, of vulnerable families that are getting pittance. And they think because that is the case, this gentleman is the best thing since sliced bread. And we have to do what has to be done to avoid that.
What you're saying that makes a lot of sense. Let me try to take a call quickly before we continue. Vibes FM, what's up, caller coming? What's up, caller coming?
Good day, Vibes.
Yeah, good day.
Mr. Mills and your guests.
Okay.
I don't know, but from my little age, you learn certain things. Does anybody know anyone who really put rats and cats and mice to watch their cheese? Does anyone know anyone who puts a known thief to watch your money? Well, I don't know. In a Grenada situation, you have had over the years lots of experiences, some too young to know and some old enough to know. So we came from an era probably of we hearing, reading about Sky Red, Gary, Bishop, Blaze, Breezan, Braffy, Kit Mitchell, Tillman Thomas, and so forth. We should have learned something along the way. So with all of the issues, when we talk about transformation and accountability, it has to start from day one. When the NDC won the election, it is simple. The person in charge, the prime minister, has to put his foot down. No one person can do everything. But you know what we have in Canada? There is some really big stones and square pegs in round holes, and they make life very difficult for people all over. The government had a responsibility to simply say, and at any time you have to make changes in life. Permanent secretaries, you are running a ministry, you are paid, you get your salary every month to do your work. Therefore, you must have on your desk outstanding matters, reports, what needs to be done, what has to be taken care of. A report should have been requested from those permanent secretaries. You give them 21 days to provide it. And when they provide it, then you know what you're working with. And for those who choose as permanent secretaries and as public officers, they want to go in their different colors, be it yellow, green, blue, whatever, on political platform. You have to give them special assignment. Don't take away no job from them or the income from them. They need to survive. They're all Grenadians. They need to continue with the job. But give them special assignments so that they cannot be a pain in your ass, so that you don't have to be looking back and wondering if they're doing the work and if they're sabotaging you. At the end of the day, that seemed not to have been done. So you have situation now, for example, where people from a ministry comes, look at what needs to be done, the request that you make, and it take you 1 year and you still haven't gotten a response. Simple assistance. Assistance that somebody needs. What it is, to get permission, you're on government land, to be able to put a toilet facility, to hook up to the public sewer system. It's taking you 1 year and you still can't get a response. As a matter of fact, in the month of May. So it's a year and 2 months or more already. Wake up, people who is in charge. If you don't do anything for yourself, you will continue to have problems. Added to that, you cannot have people that you put in managerial position being square pegs in round holes. And simply put, as I see, the Prime Minister have people in position that is square pegs in round holes. Some of them, all they could do is blow shell and beat drum. Give them something better to do. Send them and study overseas and make changes so that when you talk about transformation and accountability and all of those things, people could feel it and see it, not waiting 40 years. Because it seems as though in a Grenada situation, we're always 20 years behind in what we have to do. So right now we're talking about we're building a new hospital, but what is Mount Sinai doing for us? How much scholarships they're providing in the short term so that we have some of our medical people, whether they be nurses or doctors, can get qualified in certain areas or bring their skill up to date? Or do they have a program online that they can access to refresh themselves in their medical training or other training? We're not hearing that. So even though we need a hospital and we need the long term, there is the short term which is important. As a matter of fact, simply put, by a friend of mine who is a nurse, one of the basic training that we need is customer service. And we don't have that. People treat you as though you're some stranger, except you have a blue eye and a white skin. So let us wake up and realize what's happening. I mean, look at the question of violence that has taken place in recent times in Grenada. Does our police service have bullhorns to communicate to the public when you have mass events, whether it be Rainbow City Festival, Carnival, Fisherman birthday celebration coming up, St. Patrick Day celebration. Do they have bullhorns that they can communicate to the public? Something that basic and simple. But you know what? Our politicians seem to have decided that, a vehicle is important for every representative. What the vehicle is going to do? How is it going to help our people? Wake up and smell the coffee. Have a blessed day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much there for your contribution there. 443-0101. 443-0101. 403-0101. And 458-1914. 458-1914. Somebody just sent me a text there, and it says, a housing officer told me the people in the ministry are deliberately holding up on the processing of applications for the housing assistance. And she said she reported it, but nothing has been done. And, this is one of the complaints we're getting about there is that, as this caller just said, square pegs and wrong holes. The system, again, I'm going back to the system. The system was designed to work in that way, by the former administration. Because they put the people in there for a purpose, and the people have to remain loyal to them in order to stay in there. And even when they're not in there, they still have to stay loyal so they could maybe get back in there.
But those things, yes, and there are too many of those people. For example, I understand some are saying there's somebody sitting there for a special project, and it's just for a matter of people getting paid and processing. I find certain things taking too long to be processed, but I'm being told that a lot of the people working in those situations are not loyal to this current administration.
But I don't think there any. I mean, I've heard what you said, and I'm commenting on that. This is my opinion. I don't believe that we have to do things based on or because of loyalty. I mean, understand the fact that we are employed by the people, regardless of who is at the helm at this time. The people, because that's where you get your salary from. Yeah, you're employed, and because you don't like someone or somebody else in that same area, you will just deny the people the service that they pay you for. So we're stop at that, and see it as something been done for us and to us by taxpayers' dollars. And and until we change that mindset of saying, well, I ain't like you, so I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Not what you're supposed to do, what you who ain't like supposed to do. I mean, we all know there are responsibilities that we have. And it doesn't come on because of who we like or who we don't like. It comes on because of our commitment to what we know we're supposed to do.
But what you said makes a lot of sense. And but it's not really happening.
Yes, that's what he's talking about is in the real world.
Right, no.
In the real world?
In the real world, but in our world, it's not so.
Yeah.
And we have to live with that fact that, no, you'd like those things to happen, but they're not happening. And again, there are some people, I'm awed by what's happening here with this administration, but in addition to the guys being complimented for what they're doing, there are people getting an opportunity to pull them down because despite the fact that the country is growing, their little area in which they get a little pittance, it's not happening for them anymore. So that takes preference to what should be benefiting the island.
Yeah,
and that will just change with education. People have to be conscious. I don't think the people, a lot of folks around them, even those so-called poor and vulnerable ones, realize that they're the ones paying a lot of the politicians, and they're indeed the bosses and not the subjects. In other words, I'm not tail, I'm the dog, but somebody's a little smarter than you, make you think that I'm the boss, and you must listen to me, and I have no time for you.
Yeah.
So,
Yes. I don't think we have that. Vibes FM, landline caller coming. Landline caller, yeah.
Good morning. Is it me?
Yes, you're on.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There's a huge problem in this country that people are not talking about, And I'd like to preface it by saying that the Word of God says in Exodus chapter 22, verse 18, do not permit a witch to live. That's one of God's laws. And I think it was 2 days ago, I believe that the government, is thinking about whether to get rid of the death penalty or to restore it. And so this is why I'm bringing this up. Now, is there anyone in the studio who thinks that they have an idea? Why would God say, do not permit a witch to live? He doesn't say so about any other sin. He doesn't say so about any other transgression. He doesn't say so about any other wrongdoings. He doesn't say so about any other crime. He said so about witches. Do not permit a witch to live. And the reason is, the Lord says, do not permit a witch to live. You can put them in jail for 100 years, but they will still get out every day at any time they want to and still commit sin and still do crimes, do all sorts of wicked stuff. Now, the reason that they'll be able to come out is because witches were taught by Satan and Satan's son how to come out of their body and operate as a spirit. Now, this is happening here in this country. Now, I'm gonna give an example of what I already gave an example a few weeks ago, but I'm gonna give another example. Let's say a witch wants to make a police officer look bad. He doesn't like the police officer, so he wants to make the police officer look bad. Now, the police officer is in a situation where he's arresting a woman, and there's a bystander, and the bystander decides to get in. All of a sudden, the bystander decides to get in so that the police officer can rough up the bystander. Now, what the witch is able to do is make the bystander get into the situation for no reason, and then make the police officer handle the bystander really roughly. Now, I'm going to say it again because this is very important. A witch who wants to make a police officer look bad, he can do it at any time. All you have to do is, if the police officer is in an altercation or is getting ready to arrest someone or to shoot someone, he's able to get a bystander to get into the arrest situation. And then once the bystander is into the arrest situation, he can get the police officer to rough up and abuse the person coming into the situation so that the police officer. Now, I'm going to go back. This is God's law. This is not my law. Right? Do not permit a witch to live. And the reason why people are having such problems in this country, it has to do with witches because they can come out of the body and cause a whole lot of problems. A whole lot of, I don't want to scream.
Caller, let me caller. Caller, we're losing your signal if you're able to listen to me. Caller. That caller is not listening. Yeah, caller, we lost your signal there for just a little while. The audio was the audio was kind of terrible, but we appreciate your contribution. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye bye. Okay. 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. 458-1914. If you want to call and join the conversation this morning, you can do so at any time. Okay. Now, a comment was made by one of the callers earlier on, speaking about the sarcasm seaweed.
Mm-hmm.
And I did hear the opposition leader making a statement, as whether, in other words, it's like giving the impression it's something that could be addressed immediately and gotten rid of, And I just wonder, this ad lib sometimes that they're coming out with there, what is the purpose to condemn? The problem with sarcasm is all around the Caribbean, It's not only in Carriacou, Grenada, in Petit Martinique, it's all around. And they are struggling for answers. Different governments here and there are trying to find some solutions, to deal with the situation. And it's not something that's going to be done overnight, because if you realize the sarcasm over the last few years has been around, and believe me, it's not going to disappear just like that.
But I think if all your attention was given to it, even by years ago, because that's not anything new. We have always been seeing these things out there, not in the quantity that we have now. But if attention was given to it before,
you mean 10 years ago?
Yes, I'm saying, so at least it wouldn't have been. We would have been further advanced at this
trying to deal with it.
At this stage. Yes, because it's building up. It's been building up over the time, and it doesn't. We just can't want to say, well,
I don't know. That's sarcasm, and from whence it came or when it started, I don't know. But as a youngster growing up in Carriacou, this thing never occurred.
No.
But times have changed, and whatever the climate condition is responsible for that. But I don't know if our government, or for that matter, any regional government, is equipped to deal with that sarcasm in the quantity that is coming in.
No.
I see China, for example. They have a massive project dealing with that. I did not only started now, but a while ago. So and there are boats, that design boats, made boats to go out there, instead of allowing the sarcasm to come to the show, to go out there and deal with it, trap it, and so on. And so, it's not an impossible thing. But as I said, we should have addressed it earlier.
But when you find politicians jumping in to say, that it could be solved tomorrow, what they're doing about that there, it's just trying to throw some negative, on this situation, because we know it's a problem not only here, it's everywhere. Vibes FM caller? Okay. And it's not only in Carriacou, Grenada, Petit Martinique, it's all over the Caribbean. And other places is affecting as well too. And if I was doing a follow-up recently, in that the government of Grenada is getting some assistance with Japan, I think, is making some contribution to try to help, because a lot of experiments are going on right now to see how they could deal with it. Vibes FM, landline caller, come in.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, good morning, yes.
I think we're worrying too much. Right?
Yeah.
We're giving the LNP too much credit, too much enthusiasm to fight. Good?
Yeah.
You see what they have done to the teachers and the public workers. They're not paying the pension, and you see what that has done. The long struggle that created this. Yeah. The NNP ain't coming back into power in a hurry. No matter the criticism that the government then looking at the supporters and so on, right?
Yeah.
The Grenadian people are becoming very conscious, especially the youth. Okay?
Yeah.
They understand the dairy era and the kidney shell era, the blood era into the kidney shell era. Good. The younger people, the people there dying out, and the consciousness of the world are fastly improving. That is the end of NNP. Tell them people they're not coming back in power in a hurry. And if they're coming back, it will be a very new generation of people. You hear me?
Yeah.
So I think we're giving them too much
credit.
enthusiasm.
I think you're right.
Feel they will be in something.
Yeah.
And that could undermine the NDC and make them a one-term again. We have to be careful. We don't have to be afraid. They cannot win the election again. Not what's happening there. Check all the things the government doing. No matter people criticizing. but it will never be easy for the NNP to come back in power. I pray every day. And if I tell you what I go through under them, you wouldn't believe.
Oh, everybody have a story.
I wouldn't go into that. It would be too long.
Okay. Yeah.
And because that's one point, I want to make another point here. Going with me?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
The tourist boat and all the boats that been traveling on the sea for centuries have destroyed the foundation under the water with the different chemical and the set of stool and pee that was being emptied into the sea. That's why we have the plants and the herbs and so on that are below the water. They are dying out. Good. And the ecosystem is being destroyed under the water. So this thing would not improve in a hurry. Just as how we had the climate change problem. The industrial revolution has destroyed the ozone layer with the smoke and industrial smoke. This planet is fastly changing. Just as how we die, planets die. They may take millions of years to die, but they die. And the Earth planet is about, let me say, I give it half an hour.
Halfway.
Planet will die. There will be a time this planet will no more exist. By now and a few 100,000 years again, it's so long. This planet will break up in pieces and just floating in gravity. That's what the world is. This world is a material world.
Yeah, okay.
And all that takes birth here, even planets, will die. Even though it takes millions of years, it will die. So we have to prepare for death. Man and all will die. There will be extinct from the planet. Man creating that. Because that is the only life form that can change things, and they're not sticking to the godly way of things. Too much industry, too much technology, and they're not stopping. More and more they're going. They're taking all the blood from the earth, which is the oil, the gold, the minerals, that is to sustain the earth health. And once that is not being sustained, it will deteriorate. Everything, man, destroyed. We are the problem of ourselves. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Jay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Call out making the point, eh?
Yep.
Okay.
I have to deal with it as he's saying.
Yeah. But what he's saying, there's some merit to it,
Absolutely.
There is, because we are destroying our planet, and we're not aware of it.
Well, not with man, not necessarily.
With the actions of man, really.
Yes.
Our activities destroy.
Small as we are, we have no control over climate change, for example. And the fossil fuels that has been burnt and destroying the ozone layer, we very little we can.
Sea level rises.
Yes.
What will happen when the sea is encroaching on land? And can we go and stop it and push it back?
We like to stop systems with the intensity of burial.
Yeah,
I could only lemon
but burial is a different one.
Vibes FM, landline caller coming.
Yeah, hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning to your panel.
Yes.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm calling pertaining to you have a few callers call and was speaking about NDC, pertaining to NDC, and they're more focusing on NMP. But what my point is that I'm trying to find out who is really NDC from NMP. Because if you are a true NDC, you will stand up with NDC. You will no matter what, you will support them. Yes, you may have problems. Look at me. I have problems as well, right? But I know everything takes time. You understand? Everything takes time, right? And people, we all are Grenadians anyway, right? We are to help. Not everybody. Will get help at the same time, right? I know the right is like you look after your supporters, which I support personally. I support that, right? You take care of your supporters, right? You add and then after you maintain. But personally, I really wasn't really happy with how some of the was talking about with like we know they usually like fight with one term and this kind of a thing. NDC is here to stay. Personally, they're here to stay. NDC ain't going nowhere. They're here to stay. You understand?
Right.
We have a good prime minister right now. He have a good team with him, and nothing. We diamond with boots on. Nobody in coming in front of us. NMP was there for a million years. How much years they was there for? Right? So Grenadians were wicked and evil to go and put back these people and them there. If they put back the people there, they're very evil and ungrateful and they're wicked. You understand?
Yeah.
NDC do not allow, the Prime Minister do not allow. Let them look wrong and see all what they're doing. Right? Grenadians, some of them, they're too greedy and they don't like to wait. That is a problem. They don't like to wait. Everything takes time. Everybody needs help. I need help and all too, and I ain't behaving in this kind of manner because I need help for myself and I'm not getting on so they need to take it easy and give NDC a time and give them a chance. Let them do what they have to do. They're too greedy. Let them learn to wait. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if we look at the actions of the different administrations and see where the focus is as far as this prime minister is concerned, we talk about poverty. What is he doing to take us out of poverty? Emphasis on education.
Yeah.
Right? We talk about health, which has been a thorn in our side from time immemorial. And it's gone out of his way. And if you really think about this complex that these people are working on, what they foresee as the future of health for Grenada, you must indeed give these people a chance to do something right. The last administration, there was no emphasis on education. There was emphasis on the Bush and money.
That's it.
There was no emphasis on health. The same old thing is what we had to live with.
Yeah, just...
So there's a change. There's a big difference. Nobody in their right mind can tell me that what is happening today isn't different to what was happening yesterday with the whole administration. So, well, give them time to...
But I believe, that's going to take place. I mean, they're going to be given time and more time as much as possible because it's the transformation that they speak about is real,
Yeah.
It's happening. And you can feel it and you can see the genuine and the way this government is focused on achieving and getting to that level. Straightforward. There's no if about it. But, some people making the comments, I want to class these people sometimes as borderline people, whereby you give me something, I lean on your side. Give me something, I lean back on your side. And they are leaners,
But there are too many people of that ilk in Grenada, pay for play.
Yeah, but this
I
is...
give something, you have to give me something.
Yeah, but this is what was established and it's a farm,
Yeah.
Remember we spoke about this and we said it's a farm.
Whoa.
And that's the way the farm operates. Vibes FM, landline caller coming.
Yes, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Yes.
Good morning to the panelists.
Yeah, good morning.
And I wish all you a good day. Let me tell you something. You see this sargassum seaweed? The Caribbean have to come together to do something. No one country cannot get rid of that. They have to have money, as China is planning to do, to get it before he enter the island. And you must have money for that to happen. So no matter what NNP run them on, they was there. What they do to get rid of it and to come back year after year while they was there? For 10 or 11 years that is going on. Let me tell you something. You see this NDC party? That is the party God have to rule Grenada. That's God bidding. And who want to give it or not? When NNP spent the one term, there was too much infighting in the party. That's why Mr. Brafitt had to leave. Because when Tillman Thomas come and he took Nazim Buck and Peter David in, I remember Miss Maureen Emmanuel, the lawyer, tell him, don't bring these bishop guys in the party. They will divide the party. And she leave out the party. She just leave out NDC. Kit Mitchell come. Kit Mitchell was a party that only had two supports before the NNP leader in Guav joined him. And Kit Mitchell do all in his power to rule Grenada. And I pray to God, and God tell me he's not the one to rule. And God tell me, don't be afraid, you will come out and don't believe you going back. What NDC had to do now, just stay focused and bring the community together, the communities together. And they will rule for long. I used to tell her, you don't worry, Diablo, the Diablo day is done. Have a good day.
Thank you. Right.
You know, on a lighter note, this name really is talking, and almost unconsciously people finding themselves calling him as that.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think you, Mr. Mills, did you ever see a rendering of this complex? And there is so much thinking that went into it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, we're talking about health. It's
Holistically.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a very expensive thing. But I would expect those who are not thinking very well will talk about doing a little building a new hospital.
Mm.
But here we have it,
Mm-hmm.
We have a community center that is
Yeah.
good for you. You have housing that is going to invite a lot of our nationals are sitting there in the diaspora just whining away,
Mm.
They don't want to come to Grenada or Carriacou to live because concern about the health.
Right.
Well, in the near future,
that would be a talk of the past.
And because you see, you'll be living not only in a place but in a community where look,
everything you breathe.
The answer is there,
Everything you breathe.
The answer is right next door. So when you look at that, and we're talking about helicopter pad, you talk about condos where people who
want recovering.
Yes, who don't want to come and put up with contractors here. Just come and buy one.
Yeah.
And so you're housed in modern living and in close proximity to a facility that you could utilize for your health, whichever way.
Everything.
So that in essence is something that Grenadians, and whether here or abroad, should be extremely proud of.
Well, not that what I'm saying, what you're saying, it makes a lot of sense, But when I heard about this project, when they're going to do Project Polaris, and they're going to make the announcement and everything, I was very excited because I know, as you just mentioned, Sadio, that there's quite a number of people in the diaspora who want to come home, but because of the
health situation,
they cannot make that commitment. And so some of them would come, sometimes build a home, make preparation, and because they want to stay here. If they didn't want to stay here, they wouldn't come and put a mansion on the ground, maybe $500,000 or plus whatever.
Yeah.
But because the intention is good, but there's a but. The health situation, care, which is a major factor in people's lives now, needs to be addressed. And this government is making the best effort, putting the best foot forward to achieve that goal. And I'm so impressed. I'm so excited about it because listening to what they discussed in the press conference, Grenada is going to shine. This is an OECS project,
facility,
Yes.
And I could see people coming here from Trinidad,
Not only Trinidad, all over.
I
see them coming from China and Japan and all over the place.
Yeah, man. Once the facility is there.
Because they have aligned themselves with Mount Sinai, which is an established institution, get a lot of recognition in the world for the services they provide. And imagine that's our partner who is going to be coming together with us to team up, to put a facility under the watch with all the guidance and advice and everything like that, grooming Grenadians too into the process. Because what's going to happen now is that Grenadians will be given the opportunity to be part of it. And you're going to find a lot of people now doing what you call special studies, specializing in many areas. Listen, man.
And this medical situation is one that is very wide, you know.
Yes.
As a youngster, I never contemplated medicine as a career, you know, because as far as I am concerned, doctor is about so food and that. I don't want to see blood. No, I realize you could be a brain surgeon, you could be so many things you could
so
be.
many things you can.
Yeah, but ignorance is bliss is what it to be.
Vibes FM caller. What's up, caller? Come in.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Yes, good morning. Yes.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thanks for taking my call. The NDC government is doing a very, very good job right now. And they are baffling the NNP surrogates, the supporters, the leaders, everyone. And they are campaigning on 3 phrases. Right now, the NNP is campaigning on 3 phrases. And I will tell you that 3 phrases right now. 1, tell me a lie. They make a statement, say, tell me a lie. The second statement is, it is alleged. It is alleged. It is alleged. The third one is it true? Is it true? Is it true? They don't have anything to campaign about.
Right.
They cannot find anything wrong with the NDC, so they're asking questions because the truth and the development is in the face. So they're trying to get the supporters to disbelieve that what the NDC is doing is not true and is not progressive. So they are, everything to them is an allegations, or they're asking, is it true? Or they prove it to us. Tell us if we're lying. If we're lying, call us. They are weak. They don't have a leader. They, you listen to the past leader and the past prime minister. I mean, as for a man who was in parliament for 40 years, would believe everything he hears from his supporters and from social media. I mean, he is too experienced to be saying these things himself. When you experience, you should be knowing that, I know what politics is. So some of the things my supporters are saying, they're not true, so I shouldn't repeat it. Why should a big experienced man repeating things that the small guys on the street are saying, who are looking to just discredit the government right now? But we just need to stand firm. We just need to keep on pressing. There are some things that the NDC are doing that I don't like giving MPs car and giving them $10,000. I don't really support that. But, I just hope that it works in the favor. But the NDC is doing a very good job right now. And I see victory. And the victory is in sight again. It's 2 terms, and according to Cam Jones, we're looking at it for the 15. 15 nil. 15 nil.
Right.
15 nil this time.
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you so much. Next caller, landline caller, come in. Yes, hello. Yeah, hello, yeah.
Okay, I'm listening to you all, and I'm listening to persons calling.
You kind of low. You kind of low. Can you step up the volume a little bit? Yes.
I'm listening to persons calling in about one term. As we sit back and we look at the NMP function for the past 30 years, they have been governing Grenada for these number of years. They have never presented a plan to us. They function que sera. When they feel to build road, they put on a picture patch somewhere, and that's it. They want to do something in agriculture, they put on a little thing somewhere, and that's it. Housing, they give people a few material to put under the house, and that's it. But where were the plans? They had a strategic plan? No, we never see it. They came on with the manifesto. Nothing materialized in the manifesto after all these years. What they coming to change now? How they coming to make a difference? Kim, the other thing is they function for all these years. We have not seen a school built from scratch with NMP. Where is the school? Where is what they did to education? What they did to the health sector? They came in, NDC came in, they say they're going to do the hospital, teaching hospital, they scrap it. Because they're not interested in people. They're interested in putting money in their pocket. And that's it. When we see a plan what NMP would want to present to the Grenada public as how the NDC presented a plan, the 25-year plan to the thing. So we know where we're going from here. Kim in any family who want to develop, who want to grow forward, must have a plan. A school child must have a plan. A big country you're leading and you don't have a plan, miss the opposition leader coming in. And where is a plan? Or she's saying, is it true? Do it now.
Yeah.
What is this? We need to do better than that. And as we sit back and as we look, we understand that if we're interested in Grenada and we're interested in the development of this country, we can't put back these people there to come and turn things right around, take back they say they can continue to pay the pension, say they can continue with the hospital, say they can continue with this for development of this country. We cannot do that. You know? So I just warn in Grenadian that we look forward and in her no looking back. We're going forward and up, and that's it.
That's it.
Have a good day.
Okay, up.
You know, on every move this administration make, we get two benefits, you know. In this instance, we're looking at a very improved health situation. And the idea that the facility is so good is a bullet for NNP, you know. So whereas the country moving up, at the same time we're getting rid of NNP, because this announcement that we hear there, I could tell you make a lot of NNPites sick.
Definitely.
So I'm telling you.
They can't deal with it because they had no vision of anything of the nature, and they believe that it was just talk. But this administration, listen, they putting the money where the mouth is. They're doing it. And they're doing it strategically. If you notice, with a plan, because everything cannot be done in one day. But they have a plan for the 5 years, how they're going to navigate through this. And believe me, I'm so impressed, you know. I mean, I just can't wait. I wish I was 40 years younger.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Always say that, you know.
Yes.
But as me old headmaster used to say, 40 years younger, but knowing what I know now.
You want to be in the same position as you are now.
Yes. You don't know. Guys, FM landline caller. Landline caller, come in. Landline caller. Hello. Oh, sorry. Okay, I dropped that call. Okay, but what are you saying? That so it makes a lot of sense, you know. 40 years younger, but you must know what you know now.
No, yes, experience.
Yes.
40 years younger with 80 years experience.
Right.
It's always good. It's always good.
And speaking about this again, there's something that's is going to grow in Grenada once this mission is accomplished. I talk about their facility. I don't even want to call it a teaching hospital. No? It's more than that.
More than that.
It's more than that.
More than that.
But medical tourism would be a factor again. Serious.
A lot of people will be coming here.
So many things can happen.
And not only for the to correct or the illness, you know, an additional time for vacation.
Yes.
Because when you feel better, you must go by grants.
Yes.
You must.
Again, so there's many reasons here why they'll be coming in droves, because of the fact that we have what they want. And this government is going to deliver. Believe me, I listened to the press conference there, and I'm very excited.
Let me tell you, Trinidad, as far as I know, they may have a few more services than there is in Grenada. But I look at some of the facilities in Trinidad, and God forbid if I ever get sick, you better don't take me there, you know. Oh boy.
What to bring you?
Vibes FM, hold on, guys. Vibes FM caller, Lana caller.
Yeah, Kim.
Yeah.
Kim, like I said, we're going to be beating them 13-2. And once you see they legalize the weed and they start the hospital, then we get them 15. All right.
Okay. Yeah, but so as you just mentioned there, you know, a lot of the facilities that, you know, you just mentioned Trinidad, for instance, you know, what Grenada will be offering would surpass all what's taking place around the Caribbean. I mean,
you know, one of the things that is also very, very important is the idea of research. There's a lot of research needed in several health areas, health issues. And because of what's happening in North America, the uncertainty, if we can provide a space to come here and do research, they benefit, we benefit, because there are people who would understudy them and be part of it. So that is another plus, I would say.
There's so many pluses. Vibes FM, landline caller.
Hello.
Landline
Hello.
caller. Yes, yes, come in.
Hello, morning.
Yes, go ahead, yes.
Yeah. How you guys doing up there?
Okay, so far so good.
Yeah. I just called to say that the Honorable Deacon Mitchell and his team is doing a splendid job all over Carriacou, Grenada, all over. And the Honorable Deacon Mitchell was elected. He wasn't selected. Like the other side, they was selected as a woman with some party gang, or like a gang. Yes, selected. So it's the difference between elected and selected. He was selected by the people. And she was elected by a certain gang, certain group of gang in the country, in Grenada.
Yeah.
And we don't want a gang to rule us. We want elected members, not selected members to rule us.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, caller. Thank you so much. Yeah. Right.
Something I've been. You go ahead.
Something that we didn't touch on. When you have the type of facility that these guys are anticipating, it'll cut down on migration,
Definitely.
Because I know of a lot of professionals who will even forgo the extra dollar for the comfort
of being home, being here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's another plus again.
Yeah.
We may be looking
and the point I was going to make, a good thing I give way to you, because the government has also signed an agreement with the government in Nigeria, and they are going to be sending specialists. In a kind of permanent way, of course, not permanent, but of course to be based. Yeah, and then they're not really ordinary doctors and nurses and medical things that people are coming specialists. Of course, based on the needs that we have, they will going to send people. I think about 9 or 10 or 8 or 9. So again,
there is nothing as great as when you could attract talents from a wide. That's what makes the United States so good,
Yeah.
Because they're telling as great as the United States is, 50% of the know-how on that side is from abroad.
Yes.
Even in Silicon Valley.
Yes.
So don't be surprised now that China have you in Silicon Valley and India have you in Silicon Valley. So you don't think that is why you see this guy Trump. Trump's mother came to the United States as an immigrant. Your wife can't speak English yet. And the people, all they tell that the brains who come from all to make the country great. So you should put immigration on your head. You're just pouncing on all those poor people who are working the lands because you want to satisfy your base.
Hold a second. Vibes FM. WhatsApp caller coming. Landline caller, hold on. WhatsApp caller. Hello? Yes, you're on. Hello? Let me see. Just make sure, yes. Yeah, caller, you're next.
Hello?
Yes, you're on now. Yes, you're on now. Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, Uncle Leo.
Yes, my love.
God, Mr. Kayo, what are you doing there, boy?
Good.
Why, let me tell you, we Prime Minister running 800 meters, I don't think it's so. One man in a race.
Yeah.
That another record. I have to go down at the book. Uncle Leo, I hope you're taking notes.
Yes, when I say to that, I say, great is thy faithfulness.
Yes, one man in a race.
Man in a race.
You see, just imagine you sit down in the stadium and you're only watching one person for how much time. And you want to come and say, win a medal. Oh, God, I don't know. Let me tell you something now.
Yeah.
I was calling on the young women who decide to go in the NNP camp. I want them to realize, just listen how a woman that support them, a woman that support this party for how much time, when they sit for them how much time, they never measure the well, the breast is in the easy right name, but calling it in the common name, Tete.
Yeah.
Now they could see how long she Tete. So young people, not because a little Tete stick on a little chest, no, they go to tie with the same thing, you know.
Yeah.
Anytime and you decide to come out from them, they met her in a little Tete and they go in and line and they telling everybody the link of your Tete. No, everybody knows it's that Delma Tete the long.
Yeah.
They didn't know he
They
long.
not all the time.
No, but now they could sit and you young women
Yeah.
stand up,
Yeah.
stand up and tell them no, that's not the way to do. That's not the way to do it. This man and them all too bad sometimes.
Yes.
This woman win the seat for them for
about 3 times?
3 times.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, for 3 times. And today, just because the woman move on, all kind of wrong thing. What's wrong with them with this NNP male supporters and them? When other women listen that they don't know they're watching them. When the other is to dig their grave.
Yeah.
Don't bother them.
Yep.
And I just want to applaud the Prime Minister. I see they have program they start, I think it was Monday.
Tuesday.
Oh God, it's so nice to interact with your Prime Minister, calling him and asking him questions. Oh God, I feel so good. Not all Prime Minister angry that I could have do that too, you know. They're big and mighty. But I want to say to him, keep up the good works.
Well, let me
There's a lot of young people out there want to interact with you, sir. That is jealous.
You see, we have a fearless Prime Minister. He's not worried about getting questions about the briefcase. Or about the shrimp farm. So
that's right.
He stand clean.
So he opened himself.
Yes, talk to me, man.
Yes.
Come and say something. But when you see other bob and weave and duck, you something is wrong.
Yeah.
Nobody had to ask him about the plane. What flight?
The Bandurante. Those kind of deals that you're making.
Because caller. But you're right about that, yeah.
Well, how you do, my girl? How you do? How are you?
Hello.
We lost her.
Yeah, we lost the call. Okay, no problem. But she's funny, eh?
Well, yeah, and she's on point too.
Very, very funny. Each and every time, eh? And really, she makes me laugh, you know.
Yeah.
Imagine one man running 800.
Nobody, no competition. Nobody to lap.
But this is what is really happening too. And the program she mentioned there too, DMS, direct messaging.
DM to PM.
DM to PM, yes. Yeah. Direct messaging to the Prime Minister, yeah.
Okay.
I think that's something that people would applaud a lot because the first program was very, very impressive. And when he could call and speak to your Prime Minister, listen, one-on-one, listen. And he's not scared to answer questions. Nothing to hide because what he's saying is true. He could say it today, tomorrow, and next week it'll be the same story. And that's the beauty about it. Vibes FM, landline caller coming. Okay, check that out. Yeah, that's the beauty about it. And he's very, very well, liked by everyone. And I believe me, as one caller mentioned, the 15, three terms, more terms. We have to ask him somewhere along the line to please,
stay on.
Give us one for the road now. After about 4-5 times, they said, you just can't go just like that. Give us one for the road.
We're heading in the right direction. Heading in the right direction.
Definitely.
And every time this gentleman does something, said, boy, yes, they indeed.
Yeah.
Somebody other than man is looking on.
Yes.
Because what transpired in 22 and the way how this thing was just kicked off the earth, somebody said enough is enough.
Somebody higher than you and I.
Yeah.
Someone higher than you and I.
Yeah, you do enough. Stop it.
Yeah,
definitely.
No, that's it.
Definitely.
Because we've been saying for the last time, so if you remember, before the election, we're talking about divine intervention.
Yeah.
and I believe in it and I see it happening right in front of me. This change that was coming in Grenada now is just is more than we can be thankful for.
I tell you, I could remember going to the General Assembly once. I was sitting close to the, might have been St. Vincent the Bajan contingency. And one guy who didn't know Deacon at all and hold him for the first time. He look across at me and say, Grenada, yes. I'll keep this one. Keep this one.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's good. I like the fact that in the world today, you have people like Deacon Mitchell, you have people like Martley in
Barbados. Yeah.
No, you have people like Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso.
Yeah.
Then the world is coming around.
Talking about Ibrahim, Captain. You don't find here Dick have something similar. Young people, yeah. And he's building homes, he's building schools, he's fixing the roads. I mean, I saw some houses there, were like a hotel.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying about 10 stories. I mean, so you seem to have that vision.
You know what fascinated me? Somewhere in Burkina Faso, you showed a hill, Kim. You know, that's how sometimes you see a mountain with limestone or certain kind of soil. You see the gold shining,
Yeah.
And you know, the French was extracting all this gold.
Yeah.
Giving France a rating in the world as, I forget the number, high up in the air as a producer or distributor of gold.
Yeah.
And the people of Burkina Faso is not getting anything.
Well, they're getting, but it's the dirty end of the stick.
Yeah, but you know, I'm nervous because there's a same guy before him, you know. I think his name was Thomas Sankara. That with the same way of thinking, doing the same things, and you know, his friend betrayed him and they killed him, you know. So that it worries me, boy, because I think one of the easiest thing to find among us is a dress, you know.
The easiest thing?
Yeah,
Huh? The easiest thing?
Yeah, to find. Yeah, Judas is very common.
Yeah, the dime a dozen, boy.
Yeah.
So I just hope he is well protected.
He has escaped from 19 or 20 assassination attempts. I mean, yeah.
I worry about my girl in the States too. I tell you, if you have not been following Jasmine, get in line, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jasmine have it going on.
But they always want everybody, even the judges, want to trap on pin her down.
Yeah, man.
Some heavy fines and all kind of thing. Even threat now with jail time.
Well, that was Thomas and Robert. She back up to them.
Yeah.
The Chief Justice and
Easy like that, eh?
And Papa Taku.
Yeah,
Yes.
man. Yeah, man. Yeah. No problem at all.
Yeah, she handling them.
Don't call him so, Taku. Don't call him so.
Well, don't tell me don't call him so. You tell me don't insult Taku. All right. Yeah.
Our third anniversary is coming up, you know.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And
third anniversary of the election, the NDC.
3 weeks away?
Today's
the
15th
of May, so 2 and 4.
About 5. Almost 5.
Mm-hmm.
Almost 5, yeah.
And one of the things that I would have liked to see happen is that appreciation weekend that is probably too late now. Because as Carol Kwans, I believe in being gracious. I believe in gratitude.
Mm-hmm.
And there should be some public demonstration of thank you to, there's a lot of people who put themselves out to help us in a time of need. And we should show some sort of official gratitude. It's not too late, but I hope we do something in that end.
Well, you know what you're saying, that makes a lot of sense, because I mean, we've been blessed. And like you mentioned earlier on, I remember a couple of weeks ago saying that one of the good things that happened to Carrie Kupiti Matnik is that the Hurricane Beryl passed when the right government
was in power.
Mm-hmm. Just imagine that.
Yes,
because we got the attention, we got all the assistance, we're still getting it too. I mean, it's not over yet, you know, but I'm just saying, you know, it's been a big plus for us because they've been giving us as much as they can. And the Prime Minister is here. You know, he was here last week, Friday.
Oh, man.
And you see how things are moving. Now, He took the helicopter.
Yes.
To come in.
Well, that is one.
No, we have helicopter service in Grenada.
Yes. But you have kids suffering from helicopteritis.
Yeah. That's helicopteritis.
Every time we go in, well, look out for a program on that just now again from their side.
Yeah.
But it's all right. We're going to pay for that. The one thing I know and I'm happy about is when any monies are being spent on the country or the people.
Yes.
Not with some foreign investor or somebody that who only know me from a hole in the wall and care nothing about me and is doing nothing in my interest. But I still want the money that the guy gets for the pearl. The picture of the gem. Where that go? Huh?
Well, there's so much unaccounted.
That was the money. The photo has the value, It's not money. It's in itself. The photo is the security. Is in a photo form.
Yeah, but we paid for that gem from that picture.
Right.
That's what we did,
Yeah, he sold the picture.
You didn't see the actual gem, it was a picture of the gem.
Well, right, I'm saying we can see gem is a photo of the gem.
So the photo was sold. It's a photo that was sold.
No, we didn't get anything.
We didn't get anything for it.
Tangibly, no.
The photo was proof that
I have
the gem.
Yes.
So you give me the money now.
Yes.
You give me the money, and you give the money based on that.
Yeah.
And how on earth, if that money had gone to a program, something probably could have assisted young people with some of the school fees. Huh?
Oh, that could have gone a long way.
Too much hanky-panky going on, and everything that you do is in all the money in your pocket.
How much money was it sold for? Or how much money did he take? 20-something million?
I can't remember how much it is, but I damn know it's more than the budget of Carriacou for the year.
Well, then the budget of Carriacou is $44,000. $44 million.
That's this year.
Yeah, I'm saying. So if it's more than that.
But before that.
Yeah.
I mean, at the time.
Yeah, at the time.
Oh, at the time.
The budget had for us. The budget had for us.
It was around 17, 18, 19 million.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
What is more than the Carriacou budget is the Tyrrell Bay deal. What is more than the Carriacou budget?
19 million.
Oh, yes. Oh, and that is conservatively speaking all the all the additional costs that went with it, the legal fees and all those things. We didn't count them yet,
What is the situation with this Privy Council matter, where I mean the same people you're talking about there, took the government to court. I mean, not took the government to court. It took the court on here, but they also went to the Privy Council. What I'm asking you, what is the status?
Properties with the Koreans?
Yes. The Privy Council ruled in the Koreans' favor.
Okay.
The matter was settled. I mean, the CDC and the government were trying to establish that, in truth, the fact that the property that was given to them was listed to them by the government. In this instance, I think it was this current Governor General, not Danny Williams. That you didn't make your point. So the property belongs to the Koreans.
Right.
Koreans and sign close. The matter was settled in October of 24, I think. Yeah.
Last year?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a matter of, I think, CDC, and you really can't blame CDC. I always say that is all government. Those people that we elect to serve us and protect us, those are the ones who sell us out.
Well, CDC stepped out, saying, listen, I'm not responsible. I mean, for what transpired, because it's the government that they were dealing with.
Yes, who give me the land? You can't blame me. I didn't hold on to anybody's head.
Whether the intention and the motive was good, doesn't matter. I was given.
Yes, so I was given, so I had to do what I had to do.
You can't blame me.
You can't blame me. And to tell the truth, I all believe if it was handled differently, everybody will be happy campers and business have gone on without the whole hullabaloo that
because
it created.
Just to go to the Privy Council is, I mean,
an application.
Yeah.
But you know something? There was a joint application to the Privy Council, Not just the investors who felt that they were given a bad deal and they need to try to prove a point that the property was indeed the government had good standing on the property, but the the government of Dr. Mitchell, the administration of Dr. Mitchell, also had an application to the Privy Council. So
double.
Yeah, double application. So the good thing or good Deacon Mitchell did, as soon as the government changed, he withdrew the government application.
Right.
So that indeed weakened the applications going to the Privy Council on behalf of those two parties. You know, so I say, well, hey, I'm not
I'm not in that.
I'm not in that. Wrong already are coming out. So you
all you
go deal with that. And so that make it was sort of easier. And I'm so very sorry that you guys probably didn't have the opportunity to observe the hearing, man. I tell you, a lady, whatever it is, she bought us 10,000, man. Which she English accent, saying that the water on the land is seawater. No, it's not seawater. She said, hey, how do you know seawater? As far as we were told, that is a swampy land. When it rains, it floods, and when it stops raining, it dries up again. So the water they can be. How you know seawater? Did you taste it? It's brackish water. so
seawater is brackish water.
Brackish water. So what I did, I don't see water. So come tell me the land is full show. Get away from here with that foolishness.
I heard little bits of it, you know. So
yeah.
I have an idea what he's speaking about. You know?
So we get over.
You know, and if I may recall, when he withdrew the matter from the Privy Council, I listened to the explanation that he was why he was doing it, and you know, taxpayers paying these lawyers, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Millions of dollars, you know. So I'm just saying, I mean, you know, apart from all the other legal issues and things, but he said, listen, this is costing the taxpayers some money. And for what?
But the government was also involved in the appellate division.
Yeah.
Because when we lost in the High Court, we appealed the decision. Two applications again, government and CDC. Appeal the decision of the High Court. Okay, the High Court decision stands because the owners of the land were able to produce documents, credible documents, that showed that they were in possession since 1914. So it's not something that happened yesterday. That Grant's estate was in the possession of the Koreans since 1914. So okay, so you lost in the appellate division, minor rest, and the lead attorney for CDC and government is not no small boy, you know.
Oh, it can be.
No small boy. He pay big, and we're paying in that. So we're paying to defend the indefensible, and we potholes in the name fix. So money that should be going to our benefit going someplace else. So
that was a story. Yeah?
Yes, that's that story.
But tell you.
So it's settled, and the Koreans have titled legally ownership.
Yes, property.
Of the property.
So it depends. I know there was an injunction filed, but they didn't honor the injunction. So no.
The injunction was filed by who?
By they requested the Koreans. The injunction was to say leave me thing and stop using it. But I think what the court was claiming, they were tardy in filing for the injunction. Mind you, if you have somebody on your property for too long and you didn't take action.
10 years.
Yes. Not that long, not 10 years. I mean, even in other words, if you allow some investors to invest X amount of dollars
on your
property. Don't come and tell them now, what the investor go say, why you didn't stop me? Wait until I spend all the money and then come and stop me. What happened in that instance? The value of the lands that was given to CDC by the government of Grenada was leased to them. They didn't grant the injunction because indeed we're saying that we spend all this money on the property, then you come and try to claim. The bad thing for the investors is that all that money that you spent appreciated the value of the Korean land.
Yes.
So now that if you are already Korean for the land, if when you get on the Korean land, it was worth 500,000, and you get yourself and spend 2 million on it, now the value is 2,500,000. So if you have to settle with them, that's where you end up.
You have to settle for the present value.
Present value. So what you use as a defense, come back against you.
Come back against you.
Yes. It bites you in the behind.
Oh, well, that's the story, that, eh?
Yes.
Wow.
I don't know if you could flip things for a while. I would tell you that people are saying that well, not only people, but a lot for a regatta in Caracol this year, it's not really practical because a lot of the boats are damaged.
Yeah.
And to the extent that it's going to be too costly, or the spirit isn't there right now to do that. But we maintain that there should be still some sailing in Caracol.
Yeah.
So that is happening. We could probably give some more details. There's going to be a regatta in Caracol. As a matter of fact, I expect it, based on the response that we're getting, to be a bumper crop.
Okay.
So
something will happen.
Oh yeah, something not
for the regatta.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah. But there'll be a lot of sailing.
Yes, sailing. Well, regatta basically is about sailing. I mean, that's the whole thing about
Unfortunately,
we have changed.
Unfortunately, so
over the years, you know.
it has become a big weekend party.
Well, yeah, and
in so many ways.
Yes,
but yeah, I understand.
But it's we are the ones who do damage to ourselves. We don't understand what we're doing. That why you want to think that get rid of the boats and you want to do something, because as they say, young people ain't like that. Young people must be guided.
But how do you know the young people ain't like that?
Well,
they told them so.
No, well, you see what they perceive and what you see happening around you. Yes, a perception, is not always there.
I'm saying.
So what you see happening around you, what you must stop and think, what is the value of this to our society? And 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, when we look back and we see that we lose all the meat on the bone and we just left with the bone, you wonder why. But you were the one who chopping away from the meat and putting the wrong things, giving the wrong things preference. So when it happens to you, don't blame yourself, don't blame anybody else, blame yourself. Hold on to what you have, as your text will say.
Yeah, but let me just ask you a question, though, and looking at it from the straightforward, the participation or does Caracol Pitimatnik have any sort of boats to really participate in a regatta at this time?
Well, Caracol has 2 boats. Unfortunately.
And there's yours?
My 2 boats.
Yes.
But the 2 boats that we have is the type that will attract the biggest regional crowd.
Okay, so.
Understand?
Right, okay.
So with you'll get, by any stretch of the imagination, you're getting 7 to 8 boats.
Coming after Caracol, 2 boats.
Yes.
They want to beat Caracol.
And let me tell you what. A lot of people don't realize things, and sometimes they don't understand people's contribution. Young Colin Alexander is who expended whatever monies that was necessary to build a boat. It was built by Vera Compton. But the boat was a very good boat, a very competitive boat. And it was an affront of the Mecca. Mecca is the Mecca. Don't
get away from it.
Yes. And so when he created a front, Beko said, no, we have to up the game. And we have the ability to up the game. So that Skylar, which was the boat that Colin built, was a heavy contribution to Caracol Regatta because he attracted the region.
Right.
When Skylar go to Bakeway and perform the way he did, well, we have a reason to come back behind Skylar. And in so doing. So all that credit has to go to Colin.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, died young. So this year, the match racing that is going on is in memory to him.
Yeah.
And Kim, you'll be surprised to see people in that fraternity how they jump for the idea. If he's Colin, we come in.
Yeah, because he was known
and so
his skills and everything like that.
Yeah, so we lost a compatriot, so we have to
do something.
We have to celebrate him.
Yeah.
So and that has out of our interest. So
as you mentioned there about the boats and so on, I heard when the Windward Fish Center was opening. Yes, there was an announcement made that there will be a school where there'll be it's like a not an academical focused
a vocational thing.
Vocational, that's the word. And in fact, it was mentioned that boat building will be one of the things that will be taught there. Again, in my view, it builds the system. I mean, you want to see there is continuity. We want to see that some people can look forward to become specialists in boat building, have a degree in boat design and boat building. So I'm just saying we have to start somewhere. So now that we have a school, a building dedicated for vocational training, and not only for Windward, just that it's in Windward, but it's for the whole island. And of course, I guess it might be able to attract people to come and learn. So so I think it's. I mean, I'm just backing on on what you're saying about boats and boat building and so on.
Well, that's
and we need to build that up.
Yeah, but that's something that is needed here in order to keep the culture alive.
Well,
because the skills of involved in boat building should not be left just to die just like that. Especially when we were the leaders when it comes to boat building. So it's good that we would establish some sort of a school in that, and see if we could keep something.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. One of my good friends that he's always in Carriacou, and his son. I looked at his son grow from a tot to a little miserable boy. No, he's a captain, He's a captain of one of the ferries. And my boys to give me talk. A ferry looks something like Tilbury Bay Express.
Yeah.
One of the express.
Okay.
He skipper does that now. And so his mother was happy to tell me that he's coming to you, and she said, "No, something for me, a good little friend."
Yeah.
But you feel so proud to see him go from that to where he is now.
I know he can be a messenger kind of thing.
Yeah, and that is what there is. The sea is yours. The sea is a very, very rich resource. Huh? Everything that the minerals, the food, everything coming from the sea, so you could benefit from it. I mean, not everybody is going to like the sea, but why don't teach our children about the sea? We have it. That's what we have. That is the biggest size of what we own, not land, sea.
And we can't take it and go with it.
No, well, it's there.
But
it's there.
But some sort of as you mentioned, some sort of a school should be established very soon to make sure that we could, groom the youngsters now into that. And even the Windward community, which as you know, because of their like for sailing on that end.
Seafarers?
Yeah, they are.
Well, I pity Leicester because Leicester.
Yeah,
Leicester
had
is
that kind of.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah, at one time.
I remember as a grown up as a kid in Leicester, you're fighting, boy. You want to go in a boat, even though the boat coming last, you just want to go in a boat. No boat coming first, and you can't get nobody to go in a boat because the interest in that type of thing is lost.
Yeah,
it's going to be a challenge. It's an uphill battle, but it's not impossible to bring that kind of interest back.
Excitement.
Of course, migration sticks don't. But if you create, when we left Bakeway Easter weekend, since then, 2 weekends up. I mean, in 1 week, those guys had 2 sets of races. And if you hear, if you hear the excitement, so is that we wonder why the youngsters in Bakeway must like sailing?
Yeah, you see, they don't just wait for the Bakeway regatta to go out there because there's something about boat racing and being on the sea, that is a skill that people sometimes, don't even acknowledge. But when they get out there, because I was looking at one of the races, Solio, and if you listen to the commentary, you listen to the commentary of the boat guys on the boat, I mean, you realize, listen, they're not racing for money,
Yeah.
Is what they call bragging rights.
Yeah, the passion, man.
The passion for it,
man. Yes.
and the skills that they use to maneuver and to show them, the same people, they're racing it, I did that.
Yeah.
Why I did that, and who could read better, and you look. But listen, I mean,
who could make a better attacker?
Yeah, well, you see, it's like a good football game, a good cricket game, a good theater. When like the Brazilians, when two teams go up in soccer, Brazil stand still. Well, we have that kind of thing. We have water. But if you could create that excitement so that our youth will say, well, this is what I like, and based on it. But if the excitement is not created, nobody will ever like it. Well, my good friend who I spoke with earlier today, well, this man lives in Delaware.
Yeah.
His body is in Delaware, his soul in Bakeway. So you see everything.
You wake, is sleepy.
Sleep, you wake. I mean, he does a lot of shipping from New York and so on and so forth. Good friend. And you go in between Delaware and New York, I think it's down to Leicester, taking every interest in the Bakeway Regatta. And if you see when those guys on the beach, man, you think it's really something else. And we could have that excitement here, but we have to do the right thing. To do the right thing.
I think it's a matter of time. If we put some interest into it and some, we're gonna get to that level, because we had it at one time to a certain extent.
Yeah, see.
It was the rivalry and because I remember boats. If you remember guys like Botti and them, Botti he coming last.
Yeah, but
and he preparing every year,
he
preparing. I mean, just preparing. That's it. That's in him. But of course, I mean, the result is that.
Well, I'll tell you, we know that Eric Bino too. Rico and Care. So they say race he first rig up. He ain't coming first, but he going. Uncle Rico going. So you see, when we have that kind of thing, and you like what you do, you could benefit from it. I'm telling the guys and them, stop talking about government. You can demand when you depend.
Yeah.
Be independent. When you do things for yourself, you don't have to depend on nobody, then you could make demands and you could do things. And when you could create that excitement, all ministers of government will come running after you. It'll be something. So we go in that direction.
So definitely we're going to be having something.
Boat racing this year?
Boat racing.
Yes.
And we have the contingent coming down from Bakeway. We're going to participate.
And
what about Tobago?
Coming up too.
Tobago coming too?
Coming too.
Yes.
What we're trying to do, I said last time when you guys was here, you used to bring your cultural group. Look into that for me, please.
Yeah.
So when you could create that kind of excitement and you have that and limit your activities, let the bay, the beach, the sea be your focus, your main focus. Not saying you don't have complementary activities. You must have onshore activities.
You have to add it donkey race.
Yes. Well, all these little things that,
I mean,
but the focus should be on the sea.
On the sea, because that's the festival, they call the festival, and that brings you. You don't realize it, but that brings you the most foreign exchange.
Yeah.
What further money foreign exchange,
Yeah.
Because the people who are interested in sailing, in the sailing fraternity, a lot of them are from Europe, America, and what have you. And we're in the lane. So we have what it takes to create some economy from the culture.
All right, let me just pause for the calls.
Go ahead.
And then we go back to the phone calls. Vibes FM, what's up, caller coming?
Yes, I'm calling.
Yeah.
Let's just shift a little bit on a regional something.
Yes,
lately we had some personnel from the Caribbean trade. They had some big meeting at the Radisson Hotel to talk about trade and economic integration and those kinds of things like that. Free movements of people, free movements of trade.
Yes.
One of the things I always talk about and embarked upon is what do we have to trade as Grenadians? If we carefully look around us, be it east, west, north, or south, we are the only island, neighboring island, that doesn't have a proper industrial estate. We're talking about an industrial estate where you could have a boat in occupancy, where a boat could come in and bring something in there and package it. For example, rice. Barbados, we have rice out of Barbados. Barbados can grow rice. What do we have to trade? Yes, they had a big meeting. People just come, sit down, talk. But we have nothing to trade. That's one of the things I want us to really look at, and we should really embark upon that. Feeding yourself is important. Importing less is a bless. That is my contribution.
Good enough.
Thank you so much. Well said.
Well, what do we have? If we have enough fish to process, can do this, do that, And let me tell you what. Say, for example, in Grenada. The Grenadian population in America or the Caribbean population in New York alone could sustain an industry. Because I would tell you, if you'd come there, say for your example, tuna, canned in Carriacou, canned in Grenada, you're giving that preference,
Yep, definitely.
Why in North America? That is yours.
That's yours, yeah.
Yeah? You may not have that many people here, but there you could create a market for it. Now, there's Grenada being the land of spice. Yeah? If you plant stone in Grenada, you're going.
Spicy.
So why we don't have all the different spices that we could package and do it professionally? You ain't bound to be going in the mountain and cut banana all this time, all the days for planting cotton and you go in the thing to get 10 cents a pound. It doesn't bound to be that. But we could grow enough to make ourselves self-sufficient and still export. But you see, because of our mentality, we always believe in importing, and what we import is better. So we give up the calabash for the what do we want to call the what do you call, oh God, styrofoam box.
Styrofoam.
Yeah.
And now we want to get rid of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we cause it.
There was a campaign to stop using styrofoam and so on. So now, similarly, there was one to do the plastic.
Yeah.
So we live in the authentic thing.
Yeah.
And bringing stuff that would harm us in so many ways, especially not only us as individuals, but the environment per se.
But you see, one of the problems we've had in Grenada, if I recall, is that people want to get into the industry, try to do some production, When it comes to some financing, which they don't have, and they need the assistance, the government hasn't been focusing on in that line as to helping them to get to that next level. And so that they are, for instance, agriculture, with the former administration basically neglected agriculture.
Yeah.
But so that's it.
You see, Kim, I firmly believe where there's a will, there's a way. And we may not have the finances to start on a grand scale. But if you're disciplined enough and you're dedicated enough, you'll grow incrementally until you become the envy tongue. And even in government this time, you don't have to go to them, they'll be glad to assist you. I often wonder nowadays that when people ever doing or thinking of doing something, the first thing that comes to them, they want to the sponsor. Yeah. Well, you best sponsor, don't you know? So you're the one who must start it.
Yeah.
You're the one who must start it, and when you start, people watch you. Yeah. I would like to see, for example, in Carriacou, there should be some laws implemented. You see that people give some people some fencing wire, and those who have animals thrown all about the place and just invading people's property. Create another pong as we used to have it, What color Louis now is the pong yard, you remember?
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Yeah? So anytime your cattle go there, you go and pay for it. So people have to sometimes protect people against themselves. We don't do this type of stuff. So
I remember the days. Sorry. When your cattle or your animal was in the pond, it was embarrassing.
How you mean?
It was embarrassing.
Yeah.
But you
careless.
You careless. Or your animal get in the pond. It was like degrading. It was like you drove.
You should not allow your animal to be left
and distress people
and to be left unattended. Yeah. So yes, you wasn't feeling well. You wasn't feeling not at all. I'm telling you.
Listen, but you have to make so many excuses to the villagers and the people around you why it happened.
Yeah.
In other words, the idea you make some story like maybe the rainfall and the ground was wet, and the root of a stick. Some kind of excuse which was not acceptable anyway. But anyway, you have to say something because you owe an explanation.
Yes, man. You do wrong.
Yes, you did wrong.
So you might telling me. It's like you say. I laughed so much that morning. Somebody said one time years ago when you see a child sad and sulking and scratching the foot and want to cry, the lampshade break,
You know how to handle it.
Go and break the sweat. Break the lampshade, your skin.
You start feeling the pain already.
But you're making joke.
But this is some of the things that we need to address. Producing, getting our own, feeding our own, and the excess you could export. And once you get to that level, then it makes life much easier because we're going to be able to sustain.
I'm thinking about the corn house in Mount Pleasant.
Yeah,
the village. That was this storehouse. So when you have your corn and you dry and you pick it and so on, that you could go up there and pack it. Yeah. So it was a means of preparing yourself, and in the event that anything happens, you prepare.
You have reserves.
Yes, you have reserves and so on and so forth. And I mean the name. Well, of course, much people now don't know it at the corn house because it's the preschool. They know.
Nowadays, that was our food and fish standard.
Yes,
so I went to school in the corn house for 2 years.
Okay.
All right. Well, I know just about every home on our side had a corn house because you see in your kitchen.
Well, we had a pata.
The pata.
The pata. Oh, that you know.
The
pata.
Yeah,
and it has a guinea.
Well, we call it
African. As African.
The pata?
No. Why you just say?
Oh, the guinea?
Yeah.
And when Inel Alert,
yeah,
he got married to this girl from Florida. And she took him, they were living in Miami. So when I called him, I said, but how are things down there? You tell me. Why, not bad. But you see, Florida's so hot. And it's not a heat where you get nice breeze. It's a kind of gay heat. Well, laugh. We had to know to understand. It's kind of suffocating heat, because it's like gay heat.
That's the part of heat. Vibes FM, caller, come in.
Feeding oneself is most important. Feeding oneself is most important. And then when you have the excess that you can sell and whatnot, marketing boards come in and then we do other things. But I believe that, they have jammed the foot a little bit too much there because another hurricane season almost is on us really and truly. And how are we really, have we, there are quite a number of farmers that I have contact with and they are lagging behind because of this lack that they were looking forward for the help all year and couldn't get it. And now it's planting season. And even though one foot, as I say, I mean, I still planting, I still interested in doing food, because food, I have to survive, and this is just the way. But anyhow, thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, one thing I like to see, that could be something for this administration in the future. What the government should be investing in is tractors.
Mhm.
They've already done so, you know.
Yeah?
Yeah, there's quite a number of tractors and tillers and all these things like that in Grenada right now that's assisting farmers.
It makes sense.
There's so many equipment that they bought in. If I'm not mistaken, I think they bought in about 6 or 7 tractors, or many tillers, or many different machines, you know, to assist
Yes,
the farmers.
And concession on fencing wires.
Yes, that is ongoing now.
Yes.
And what some of the farmers have to do, well, what you have to do anyway, you have to apply for the service.
Mhm.
You know, get your name down, because they are doing them in different constituencies.
Right.
So I think Maribor is one of the biggest places where they have some of the equipment. And then once you apply, then you're going to get the assistance, and they come in and plow the land for you, till it, whatever. And in some instances, you're given chainsaws and
Yes,
all
those
things
kind of
like
things
that
that
to
make
clear
life easy
bush
for
and
you.
Make life, yeah, no, they have been doing that because there's a strong focus right now in agriculture in Grenada.
Yeah.
And whatever way they're trying to see if they could assist, they're doing it. Even when they brought in the 400 different breed of animals, you know, the sheep and the goats and the pigs and things like that. They had 25 farmers allocated for them to as a breeding ground, as a starter. It's not that anybody would have them, and they would start to see if they could develop a higher quality breed animal from that. Yeah, these things are ongoing, you know. So it's not no.
Well, step in the right direction.
It is. And the government right now is investing a lot of money in agriculture.
Yeah.
And assisting people, they're assisting farmers, and even all the plants, and even when it comes to chickens right now, the hatchery. There's one in Grenada.
Okay.
Because you have to go to Barbados and get all this, you know, things, flying it down on aircrafts and whatever. Right in Grenada, right here.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And they're assisting quite a number of those in those fields, you know, to move themselves to the next level and to make sure that the demand, they could supply the demand.
But even though we don't have enough for exporting and selling,
but for local consumption.
Yeah.
I mean, because the emphasis in recent times has been on nutritional. We have to be conscious about what we put in our bodies.
Yeah.
And it's always, it's tend to believe, and it's partially true, I would say, that when we grow, it has high nutritional values.
Yeah.
And we don't know what happens in those things that we import. You know, we don't know what is inside the tin, for example.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm just saying, it is so important for us to grow and eat what we grow, because the nutrition is a lot higher for us.
Well, in Carriacou in particular, you know, organic farming is popular, very popular.
But you know what pains me, boy? I know, growing up here, a young lady, slim, trim, and this kind of big. Sometimes I'm sorry for some of them jeans, you know. That chicken they causing that, you know.
Yeah, swelling, exploding.
So by the time you get to be 50, 60, your bones have to give way.
Quite a long time.
All these little hormones in this thing, but when you fry the chicken and you get with the potato, more oil and more oil they eat. Yes, Carriacou consume a lot of chicken per square mile, you know.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Whoa.
But
and sweet drinks too.
We don't have any limited farm or anything, chicken farm here in Carriacou.
Well, we have some small farmers, you know, doing some, you know, little production, but nothing to fill the market. No, maybe about a 1%, maybe. Trust me. For the amount of chicken we import in Carriacou. So, I mean, me as a businessman, I could tell you.
And I wonder if somebody can say, grill fish. Oh.
Yeah, barbecue.
Yeah, well, just grilled fish and this tuna we see happening. I know some people like it and we're doing it wrong. Too long on the grill. Man,
yeah.
The Japanese, they eat it raw, sushi, but when I want sushi, you have to pass a little bit on the fire. Yeah.
Hold a second. Gentlemen, hold 1 second. Vibes FM, WhatsApp caller coming.
Good afternoon, team
Yes, good
Leo
afternoon.
and Milton.
Yes,
Good afternoon.
Good. Just joined the program, but I'm so happy to join when you guys are talking about the consumption of dietary consumption and what we consume. And Leo made a very interesting point about the chicken that has been eaten there with the hormones. Hormones, it's not a healthy thing for your body because after it interacts with your body for so long, it becomes toxic. And yes, we need to consume more of a plant base. Half of our, and any nutrition or dietitian will say to you to consume more than half of your meal or food should be plant-based, so you can get your fiber, you can get your various vitamins out of it. Yes, sometimes we slip up on it, but if we make a conscious effort to push more plants into our diet, we will see where there's a change in how we feel. And from all this foods that we consume with the hormones and the chemicals, it stays in our body as toxin because our body could do so much to get rid of it. So it all starts by thinking a healthier lifestyle will make living better for you. While we are on it, I was in thought also with this month, there is celebration of mental illness or mental health illness awareness. And I was thinking, I wonder how much that they are doing home in terms of mental health. Because most times we think as mental health as somebody who has some psychological problem, which is the clinical aspect of it. And then in the local, they say crazy or mad. But what we are finding, mental health can arrange or derive from so many other things. Someone might be just going about their daily lives, and then it's a small problem or issue that comes about or came about, and then we start stressing about it. And you keep focusing about it. But what is happening there? Your brain cells are being used to worry and stress so much that we don't know it. And by the end of the time, when you think about it, you develop this problem. One of the things that I have experienced and learned personally, when you have this kind of thing, find someone that you can confide in. Yes, a lot of us don't know how to be confidential. And that's one of the things that we lack, that especially Black folks don't go for this kind of counseling or talking to someone. So I would also applaud that besides, we eating healthier, that we also take time to check our mental health, because mental health goes hand in hand with your diet. And then we will see a big difference. So I'm so glad that the focus part of the discussion today is on what we eat. And people need to farm more. Everybody probably have a little piece of land behind their house.
Amen.
Get into farming. And it's not only going to benefit you, the person who's going to grow, the small scale farmer, but it benefits the environment. It benefits the environment. So we have to start thinking of things that is going to be long term. It's going to benefit our health. It's going to benefit our peace of mind. It's going to benefit the environment. So I just wanted to mention that today. So you guys have a blessed one, and all the best, and continue keeping on topics that is going to help people.
Yes. Thank you, and same to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and same to you. Because talking about the small patches for your as we used to have school gardens.
Yes, yes.
You could have it at home too. and again, if you don't have enough to grow everything there is, you have a neighbor who is doing something that you don't have, you could batter.
Yeah.
You could exchange some okra for some Christophine.
I go okra and you go in tomatoes.
Yes. So, all this.
Every day I'll eat okra.
Hey. That's what I'm talking about. You could batter. We will have the same thing. I have that. My neighbor has what I feel like eating today, and vice versa. So,
yeah.
So all these things, man.
But when you look at things through this lens, it also brings community closer. I mean, if we sharing,
Yeah.
in that
Of
manner.
course.
There ought to be some kind of camaraderie. There ought to be some kind of connection there. So it brings you closer to your neighbors, to your families and friends.
Yeah. If we make it a sort of a lifestyle, a way of life, that you without your small kitchen garden will be looked on as though you don't belong. It must be something that is that fashionable for you not to have
a kitchen garden.
Yes, you must have that. Feed yourself. So that should be the emphasis going forward. Do things that is going to help you and you benefit from.
So if we are taught that at home, if we see it's been practiced home, mommy, daddy, uncle, aunt, whoever, nanny, planting the kitchen garden.
Doing for self.
Yeah, doing for self. And you're going to school now. and you see that happen again. You don't think that will stick? I mean, in some way, it must be some impression on you, because you would learn the value of having food.
Yes.
Yeah.
A way of life is making you self-sufficient.
Yeah.
So
these are things that we need to get into us.
But that's where we grew up, That's the way we grew up. We always had a kitchen garden.
Yeah.
And even in the schools too, we used to have a school garden where they would teach you certain things to do at school. And then I remember, the subject of agriculture, when the agriculture officer used to come around and teach us how to do grafting and boarding and all this kind of things like that. It was something else. We used to take a lot of pride in that.
Kim, styrofoam box is too prominent in Carriacou.
I quite agree with you on that.
That's what that's overflowing here, It's overflowing here. I mean, almost everything you're going to eat, some aspect of it, of
plastic, yes, but people, I say, what is that? I'm not against restaurants, but don't tell me I can get up in the morning, you come and in these places where the economy is a thing, you can get up in the morning and put a sandwich together and come, so I got something to eat.
Vibes FM, caller coming.
Come down 8 o'clock, you go and buy tea.
Landline caller coming.
Probably there any time.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Yes, you're on.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good program. But I think one of the things that bother a lot of us is that we cannot cooperate with each other. People is very, very tough getting people, especially here, to cooperate with each other in doing certain things. Even our medical, garden, boats, no matter what, we're not cooperating. And that is the hardest thing. We have to learn to cooperate with each other before things can go. That's my contribution.
Okay, thank you.
The caller says cooperating with each other so that things can grow. I mean, that is powerful, because I mean, if we are united, if we have unity, you will see growth. Yes. So I'm just listening to what the caller has said.
But what the caller is saying there too. Let me tell you, our days of around our neighbors, each one was neighbors, as you sometimes would say, keeper, right? Now we would plant certain crops that flourish better in our garden.
Yep.
And the other neighbor plant crops that flourish better in their garden.
Yeah.
But their garden was our garden and our garden was their garden as well.
Yeah.
Because I remember sometimes you would see neighbor going in the week. I wake up one morning and see them inside the garden there and they're picking peas. And I ain't saying nothing because tomorrow I might go over there and pick something.
And pick some
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was like that. So each one, the cooperation word there, is very important. Believe me. Yeah. But you don't find much of that happening now.
No. Society has changed.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, something that stands between us, is the dollar, You don't believe when we were mal, we used to live better,
Yeah, but as soon as we
get a dollar, we change, So there is a price that comes with that kind of success, Yeah, but and you have this kind of envy starting and all this kind of foolishness that we don't need. among us. So
yeah, and at the point when we unite ourselves, we'll see growth.
yes, there's one is a communist.
A communist, yes.
Well, things have changed considerably, but I do know, I mean, I've seen in the very near future, there will be changes around. We are on a different trajectory now.
Boy, well,
with this new government, this government is focusing on education, building people. And once you realize that, that is the way to go forward to be a success, you're going to jump in line.
Well, you know what? What's my fear? And I understand it. Because people like me and you, again, we're closer to the undertaker than the delivery room. and we're heading in that direction hastily. The problem is if that we're not around long enough to make an impact or a difference, No. So when a lot of people who are coming, say, next 5 years, they're not old enough to get anything from us, And that aspect of the culture, when you see where we interacted with the older folks and we learn things to pass on, that did a long time ago, That did a long time ago.
Yeah.
So I think of it and saying you want things to be, well, not necessarily as yesterday, but things that people will enjoy. You want to know who is going to teach them, what you have to show them as an example. They say, you see this, you see that, because in the next 3 years, well, you never have to see calabash again. That gone, you never.
Yeah.
Bully and calabash, that will come back. What they replacing the styrofoam box with might be something in their interest. Styrofoam box and plastic is something that is not happening here. Something that they are doing.
Paper bag.
Paper bag.
Paper. No, but
paper.
Yeah, no.
I mean, again, trees will suffer.
By the way, you ever get a piece of a cocoa on a fig leaf?
Fig leaf. Ah.
Yes. That was the best. That was the best way to get it. But you're talking about the fig leaf too. But I remember, that there was something they used to give. I think it called is pay me.
Yeah, man. Yeah, pay me. Yes,
pay me.
Or something else called dukoni, whatever it is.
Yeah. That was given to you in the corn leaf. In the corn leaf.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. That's the best kind of meal you could ever have.
Yeah, man.
And you look forward to it as well. But we have lost a lot of this,
I mean, I hear we saying what is there, what was there, and but why did we? I mean, let me ask this question openly. Why did we allow it to slip by? Now we are talking about how good it is and value of it and so on. But why did we allow it to?
It slipped by. You know what happened? Migration. Migration is one of the key things that took place.
So migration wasn't a good thing then. It didn't benefit Carrico?
No. In some ways it did.
In some way, yes. Yeah. In some way it did, and some way it destroyed Carrico.
And it seems as though it did more. You have more destruction.
But in addition to migration, it all boils down to education.
Yeah.
I mean, not all, but a great portion of it, because because when you know and you have somebody who could teach you. For example, what Mr. Noel taught me, if I was able to pass that on to my children, you'd benefit from it. But in some instances, they don't want to hear it. And in instances, you are enforcing it because you don't want the hassle.
I'm tired.
You're tired. So those things go away, is what they replace it with. And we always want the easier way out, even though sometimes the easier way is not beneficial to us.
I mean, and they have to put things in our hands at one time. So when you plastic, we need styrofoam in our hand.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, you see the Indians. I have a friend in Trinidad. When you go in the house, you see no spoon, They turn.
Yeah,
disciple him.
Yeah.
But I'm on that culture. Sorry. I did that one.
So you go stab them?
Yeah.
If you eat, you have to eat.
No, man. I'm something. I ain't carry chopstick, but I'm trying to.
No. Yes. Let me tell you something. I learned one of the best ways to enjoy a roti is eating with your hands.
Yes.
Because you have the sauce, you have all the potato, you have everything there.
Uh-huh.
So when you take a piece of the roti flour, you're making dips, you dip it for flavor. and then you eat. Let me tell you, you get all of that in one piece to eat with your hands with roti. I could tell that. I know about rice and the rest of the stuff. I mean, I didn't know that was possible, but I know again cuckoo again because I remember I practiced it. Well, I had to, to show that I was familiar with it when I went to Africa, and they brought cuckoo for me to eat, and everybody was eating the cuckoo with their hands. You take a piece of it, you dip it in the sauce and whatever, make a little thing like that, and then you eat with your hands. And they gave me a fork. I felt kind of odd to be the only one sitting on this bamba, what they call it, around with a fork in my hand. And as a cuckoo man, I grew up with that. I said to them, I said, no, you're kidding. I practiced and it worked.
Tim, I've already used some words a while ago. And by the way, this is a light moment.
Yeah.
I already use you eat with a spoon?
I eat a fork.
Okay. But no, people eat with their mouth.
No, but we don't eat in the mouth, yes, but why put in the mouth?
The food.
You chew in your mouth. You chew in your mouth.
So then what is eating then?
Don't go there. Okay. Let me open my lines again. 443-0101. 443-0101. 403-0101. If you want to call and join the conversation, and we are WhatsApp, we have another number, 458-1914. 458-1914. If you want to call and make a contribution, you can do that at this time. The lines are open. Okay. I was just going to mention, as someone told me just a while ago, that we should sort of give an update on the build back houses. What's happening in Carriacou with that?
It's going on. It's ongoing.
It's ongoing. And quite a number of people are benefiting.
Yes.
From the build back houses. Yeah.
I find though that when they had a pause, I can remember one time they talk about the resume after the budget representation. I think there is the restarting was slow, and so it put a lag on the whole process before they had the pause. And I understand the pause is that they're not interested in doing wooden buildings. They wanted concrete wall. So at least the
prefabs are coming out just like the way they were designed.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
the build back now. They have substituted instead of ply.
Yeah,
wall.
Yes.
Oh, just a second, gentlemen. We can get back to that. Vibes FM caller, come in.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yes.
Yeah, Kim.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, you hear me, brother Leo?
Yes, I'm hearing
you. Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, I'm calling from the mainland. I'm calling from the mainland, yeah?
Okay.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, brother Leo, good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
And brother Kai.
Good afternoon.
Yes. He have a man named by Akayaki who used to live in my village, but his name is right name is Malcolm Fraser.
Oh.
But they used to call him Pitet.
That's old thinking, man.
He used to do big jump and he say that it was said that he had bring the PT into our village because he used to dance the big jump nation dance. I don't know if Leo familiar with him.
I know Malcolm.
As an elder, I don't know if you know him.
For a minute, I think there are two Malcolms, but I
don't know
Malcolm Fraser and Malcolm.
Yes, Malcolm Fraser. He was a big drum dancer.
Okay.
He used to live in our village. Well, I never come to Carriacou, but I understand that my grandmother used to live up in Carriacou.
Which village are you from? Which?
La Poterie.
Okay. Yeah.
We also do Saka. We do Saka every February month.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You.
Yes, go ahead, caller.
Yeah, so this Malcolm Fraser, I used to go by man, so he used to reason and he will sing certain songs, he will pitch up and he tell you this one is a manding.
Okay.
This one is a bele.
Yeah.
And so I say, let me just ask you if you know him.
Yes. If you tell that once, tell a bela kawe. Oh, Ali
Yes,
Cod.
yes, and he had a Manding,
Yes.
a Bele, you say this one is a Igbo and so.
A Juba.
Yes,
Okalinda.
he had the shack and everything.
Oh, yeah. That's
Because
good.
he used to live close to mother and in the Shango woman in the village.
Mm-hmm.
And she used to have nation dance, she used to have Indian dance on Shango night.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so
All African.
I just feel let me mention it.
Okay.
Too.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, yes, we do. That's
Okay.
good. Yes.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jay. Okay. Those African tribes, you know.
Yeah.
When the people came here the last time from Sierra Leone, right?
Yeah,
Temne, yeah, and they were looking around, you know. That's when I get to understand that we had quite a number of these tribes right here.
Yes.
In Carriacou.
Yes.
But to identify them, you know, we were not based with that kind of knowledge, you know. So they were at one time when they ask you your name, they're able to link it to tell you which tribe you belong to.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Talking about tribe, you know, just give me a sec. Let me stay for a minute. You know, Dominica is one of the islands in the region.
Just hold that. Sorry, hold that. Sorry, I'm going to get back to you on that.
Go ahead.
Give me a chance. Vibes FM, caller coming. Caller,
Hello?
Yes, you're on, yes.
Hello?
Yes, hello, yes. Listen to me on the phone, please. Listen to me on the phone.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, go ahead. We're hearing you. Go ahead. Caller, please turn your whatever you're listening to on and talk to me on the phone.
Yeah, what I'm phoning about.
Yes,
There are no animal feed in Carriacou.
No?
All the animals are dying.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay. So do something for us. Tell the authority.
Yeah, okay.
All the animals are dying in Carriacou, no with me.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. All right. Sorry, you were just mentioning just now.
You brought something to mind, you know, because
Dominica, you just mentioned that.
Yeah. You know, of course, when I come home from the sea every morning, I've been time to catch I Can See. That's the theme song for 6:30.
Yeah, okay.
And how do you play something from Dominica? I think I forgot what the group is.
Not the Swinging Stars.
Not Swinging Stars, no.
Gaylords.
Yes. And I said I was hoping, but I called you so many times. I want to just hit me with music.
Oh yeah, we have that. Yeah. That one, yeah. That one, yeah.
I was longing for it, but you played something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, and no, I was telling you that the musicians from Dominica, you know, those guys are good, you know. And to me, the best example of that, there was a little band used to be in Dominican band in Flamingo, call themselves Mojanaya. Kim, those guys used to kick up some music, boy.
Okay.
You played the reggae as a Jamaican. When they got on the soca again, the drummer was a serious person, and when they got on the zouk again, it's something else. Quite good. I'm trying to get this guy Nazio Fontaine.
Yeah.
I think this guy deserves all the more credit than he's getting.
Definitely.
His music is always up
music,
there.
yeah, no, his music is there. As a matter of fact, the first time I saw him and I heard his music, you know, I said, this is as close to
Bob Marley
as possible. Yeah.
Yes.
And then when I saw his performance, you know, he looked well to me. Maybe my eyes was just making Bob Marley, you know.
Yeah.
But he had some semblance of Marley.
But we're getting down at and the African connection. They have something. Remember Moss?
Moss International.
Yes. And they what they call them that beat that they brought to Grenada. You know, it's a Dominica origin. The shell blowing.
Yeah.
Dominica has something that they call zing ping.
Okay.
Yeah. So those guys have a nice African connection. And when you go into the inner places in Dominica, you hear it. It's really, really nice. Really good. Really great music.
Well, there's a group, you know. It's a Carriacou group, eh?
Yes.
WCK.
WCK.
You know, the WCK is from Windward, living in Dominica.
Whole bricks. Well, that thanks for the information. Well, WCK is a bad group.
Yeah, it's Wayne, Cornell, and what the case for? From Dominica.
Yeah. Yes.
I remember visiting them way back when they came out with the first album, Culture Shock. As a matter of fact, if you used to hear us in the days when we used to do a motorcade, Shock Out, and we had that song. That was from them.
Okay.
And it's some Caracuans who were living in Dominica at the time, but because of the culture of Dominica with this kind of a zouk and all this
French influence.
Yes. They were able to make this big impact, and they came to perform in Caracuya. I remember one time, Maroon Fest.
Okay.
We had them down here,
I didn't know WCK is a group like I didn't know they have any Caracuya connection.
Yeah, from Windward.
Okay. Wow, that's strange.
Yeah. And, I remember looking at the studio where they were in those days, You expect to go into something massive and seeing all this, glass and equipment and stuff like that. It was very, very simple. In a little basement, they did a production.
Okay.
But that's what happened back then. Those kind of things remind us of those days with those kind of music. It just really made an impact, big impact. But we are sort of when it comes to our own here, we have moved away so far. I wonder if we're ever going to really get back.
No. Forget that. I think what we're trying to remember was just a Jambolasi. Dominican.
Yeah, okay. Big hits again.
Yes.
So, Kim, why you think we should go back?
Well, see,
if we're talking about going forward, and we know what has happened. We know our experiences in the past. Why should we want to go?
I'll tell you why I think we should go back. Not the thing about it is that we have moved forward, but we have not really progressed in the right area. Now, if you listen to some of the music now that's been played, I can't listen to them many times. Number one, I don't understand what they're saying, and the beats I cannot associate with the beats, and in most instances, when it comes to some of the raps and things like that, when it comes to some of the other music like the soca, power soca and things like that, I can't understand what they're saying. I can't associate with most of them. There might be a few of them that you might be able to link with, but the majority of them is not really music. So, but in those days when music was music, and say music was music, then it was something that you could listen to, you could dance to, you could do something with it.
You could cry.
Whatever.
Let me tell you something. A lot of the big successful artists in Europe, those guys just go in the archives and study Bach and Schubert and so on. Not necessarily, just check the progression. All those things, and it gives you ideas.
Right.
Because music, the rudiments of music is not just bam, 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 bam.
No.
There's a method to the madness. So when you ask why we go back, because you know anything about the future?
Yes.
You could use the future as an example?
Yes.
How?
It is to come.
Well, it is to come, but you know nothing about
Vibes
it.
FM. Vibes FM, caller.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon.
I am enjoying that discussion because I am seeing that in Grenada on the mainland, in the old days, we had a lot of things in common to Caribou.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm just saying that a lot of that, we have lost it because of people's quest for affluent living. So we attached poverty to the wrong things. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yes. So a Chinese asked me not too long ago, where can he get Grenadian food? And I was a bit taken aback. And then I think, and I said, but in truth, we copy all kind of different menus from everywhere. So I suppose he probably meant a nice bowl of pea soup or a nice callaloo soup or something, but I couldn't help him. But what we have done too, we have one day, Wednesdays, where one hotel sells the local food. But you know what we have accepted too? They're calling it street food. You understand?
Yes.
Street food. So how come my grandmother coconut bakes is street food? So already you kind of you lower it then.
Yeah, that's what it
with
is.
the
Yeah.
name of it.
Yes.
Street food.
Inferior
Yes?
complex.
Yes. I was at another a 5-star hotel where the last thing in the line, was oil down.
Yeah.
So I'm saying we really attach poverty to the wrong things. If you go to work and you have some coconut bakes, you probably will go and hide
You hide it, yes.
Yes. Whereas we're not drinking the bush tea, but we would go in the supermarket and buy the tea bags.
Yeah, tea bag, yes.
And come and boast. Look, I get some nice South Leaf tea bags. And we boasting, but we wouldn't go outside and pick some soursop leaf. So in our quest for affluent living, I must say, we just have lost track of all the simple way of life that we knew that worked for us. Where the bottom line was love.
Yeah.
I still have my calabash, and my 2 grandsons love to play with my calabash, and I'm showing them the bowlie on the tree.
Yes.
I'm making sure I show them the bowlie on the tree, and I said that is what they cut in 2, and they clean it out, and so on. They put in the calabash all on their head, and they walk in, and they're making fun of them.
Yeah.
But I have my calabash in my house.
Yes.
They're going to grow up with calabash. They're going to grow up with watching me feed the fowls. Yes, they're going to grow up seeing me grate coconut.
Yeah.
You know,
yes?
That is so very important. And good example. The beverages that we drink, be it soursop, lemongrass, rosemary, what you call guanamba, all those kind of good things that we have here. I think somebody should be able to teach some of us how we process and package those things. So instead of buying the green tea and the black tea, you go and get soursop, a bag of soursop.
No, they're packaging it, Cousin Leo, but they're selling it back to us in tea bags. When you go in our supermarket down here, a wide range of tea bags. When you come down again, go and take a closer look, and you will see they're packaging them, and they put it on the shelf also. You see in coconut flour. You see in manioc flour. But we ourselves are not doing it because what we are attaching that probably to slavery when we supply the bigger nations with the raw material. So all these cocoa trees we have here, all these people who travel, they still come back, and very few know how to make a lovely chocolate. Very few, because we have, I think, 2 chocolate factories now. But we just settle for selling the raw material. And they're buying it and they're selling it back to us in a refined product.
Yes. Cocoa Novelty Milo.
Yes.
Oh my.
Okay, I just thought I would add that little piece, but I'm enjoying it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what we have lost,
Yes.
We have lost a lot of that, whereby we send our stuff out there and we get in back,
Well, see, but I know that kind of inferior complex that we have. I know as a people. I remember somebody saying, boy, you're so glad when a stranger come for you get some Milo.
Yeah.
Because Santa Maria in his skin.
Morning, noon, and night.
But not Santa Maria better.
Yes.
The sauce up better. The lemongrass, all those good things. We have what we call the oh God. The spice, not the what we call it again, the local one. It's a spice man, is
Boden.
But you have to come very strong to beat Boden,
Boden is one of the nicest.
I mean,
Boden is the boss. Yeah. So how we not if packaging Boden? What everything has a lovely aroma.
I guess to convenience, we feel those things after much work in it. We could just simply we should just simply go and buy something, some fuzzy thing, and drink it. Open and drink.
We've been made to believe that the imports and whatever they're giving us is better than what we have.
Well,
And
that too.
Yeah.
That too.
And then, no, as the caller just even mentioned too, if you use the local stuff, you're looking, you've been looked down at.
Yes.
You go with the coconut bakes as compared to something else they might have out there, and then yours is better, nutritious, and better for you to eat.
Mm-hmm.
But rather than that, you're going to take what they have out there, and you don't want them to see what you have, so you hide into it.
Well, Kim, me making bakes and coconut, that's up to you. Because I eat raw processed flour. I do.
Nice it up.
Yeah, nice it up.
Yeah.
Nice it up.
And that is more nutritious anyway.
Amen.
But even it is even more nutritional when you bake the bakes on a drum oven.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Far and far below.
Below.
Yes.
White
man in the center.
Yes.
But those are the days, I don't think we might relive those days.
No, forget that. This gone, never to come back.
You could relive it, yes. What in your mind?
No, but you see, and the thing is, you see those things like that. If we had a library, we could go on and read on old menus and old things and that. So that when you see dead for good, there's nobody else rich again. Mm-hmm. You can't go and tell young people.
But as you just mentioned there, if the possibility of maybe some sort of a menu or book,
yes,
a local book, with the different, instructions, how to make this, how to make that,
like how to make mix. Example.
Yes.
I guess how to make mix.
Yes.
I mean, I guess when we see that somewhere, we would just smile because we know how to make mix.
but
we think we know.
No. But I'll give you guys a joke. I remember once, back in New York, I met this Chinese woman, and she was going to make us some dumplings. Right? Okay. So we bought the flour and you put some corn and whatever you tell her, you mix up whatever. And I passed by the kitchen, and I noticed she was mixing the flour with a big spoon.
Oh God!
Not kneading.
That
mix.
That one time. But,
I mean, just imagine that with a big spoon. I said to myself, "Wait now." I mean, after I wash my hands, and I said, "Listen, this is how it is done."
Yes, man.
Your hands now have to mix it.
Yeah, man.
And in other words, like, not knowing and then used to that, and the way it has been prepared is different. But we sometimes have to just go back to basics and teach the younger ones how to do certain things, because they're never going to know if you don't show them.
You ever eat a Bajan dumpling?
Well, I did one time, but if I recall, it was soft.
Yes,
soft. It pop.
Yes, with essence and that's kind of foolishness.
Yes.
Yeah, man. You could eat Bajan dumpling with your gum.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You know what eat?
Yes. You're right.
Bajan dumpling.
I recall. It was very, very soft.
So, yes. Let's put the baking powder in it.
Yeah. Like,
put two in the pot. It's a lot big.
It float before you go down.
Yeah.
Oh
God!
Yeah.
Culture.
Yeah, but different cultures around the Caribbean.
Yeah.
So I guess because we will not be there in the future, distant future, we will not know what will come as far as
not at all.
We came from a long journey. We know how to make bakes. We know how to go and look forward in the bush. We know how to look out, tend after the animals, sheep, goat, pig. Donkey, ride a donkey.
Yes.
I'm just saying that is what we knew, and that's the knowledge and information that we have. What is gonna be like? Suddenly they'll come with something new again, in the next 10, 20, 50, or 30 years.
Yeah. Well, boy, gone, never to come back.
No, it's not going to come back.
Not going to come back, and don't look for it, and don't think that there's something wrong. As time go on, we change. Is what's very good now is that we continue to seek nutrition and a belly full, because people, as long as you exist, you have to eat to maintain a good and healthy life. So it's good that they're finding things now that, in some instances, healthy and good for you. For example, look at soursop leaf.
Yeah.
Whatever they have in soursop, black sage.
Yes.
Whatever in black sage. All these good things that we have here. But when we get to know the value of what it could be used for.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because soursop, is in big demand in the countries out there.
Yeah.
As much as we could produce, and even the Caracou soursop has been talked about because we don't use fertilizers.
Yeah.
This is natural.
Organic.
So, these are some of the things that people are yearning for because the benefits derive from things like soursop.
We have all kind of herbs, This, oleander.
Yeah.
I didn't know this Mr. Oleander is a man for itself, I was driving an Indian doctor. He began to dance in Trinidad. He came to visit Caracou through a mutual friend. And as we're driving from the airport, he tell me, how come you have so much oleander here? I said, no, people do good. They have this sometimes with nice flowers and so on and so forth. And then he told me that is the suicide drug of choice in India, Yes. I said, he tell me it's very poison. I said, doctor, you sure? He tell me, if I'm sure,
Suicide
tell me boil it down to a nice concentrate and drink it. And I'll hear from you in either in heaven and hell, but not on earth. So I said, well, look, my child. I said, so I go and ask Dunstan, Papa Scott.
Yeah.
Before he died, I said, come you never tell me oleander poisonous? Dunstan watch me. You ever see goat eat it? He said,
go down that in Twitter.
No, you see how nice and green, go down and study it.
Yeah, that's true. It's correct.
So I said, boy, he tell me it's high. Tell me poisons that thing. He tell me it'll drop your blood pressure so low. If you drink it, you concentrate, boil it down and drink it. That's all. Goodbye, Charlie.
Okay. But again, I never knew. I just saw it there, and we don't use it, and it's always green. It's always there.
Yeah.
And untouched, as you just mentioned there. Animals, they want it.
They want it.
Okay.
Sometimes we go to eat it, you understand why?
Well, that's knowledge to me there,
Yes.
But one of the foods that that surprised me, which I didn't know much about, is the cassava.
Oh yeah,
cassava has some poisonous
yes.
Yes.
If you want to do the right way.
The bitter cassava.
Yeah. Goodbye, Charlie too.
Yes.
But then again,
Jumbi plum. I mean, you what I want to?
Who?
Jumbi plum.
I know the cassava is high in nutrition,
It's very high in nutrition.
Yes,
but what they do with the bitter cassava, that's the one they take and make the farine.
Yes.
But there's a way to process it. And I could never understand why they went through it in that way that they did, into grating it and then washing it. And then baking it. All the time is a poison. They're trying to get out of it.
Just as Jamaican ackee.
Yeah.
Ackee and saltfish is a staple in Jamaica, but if you do it wrong, goodbye, Charlie.
Yeah.
So.
Because I never understand why they did it that way until one day in conversation, someone explained to me that it's the water from the bitter cassava is cyanide.
Yeah. Oh, I know what this fellow used to do. I think they say to them, let's the characters. They used to give people pig cassava to drink.
Yeah.
And when the pig stretch, they tell you they go and trade for you. Okay. They go and trade for you before you are when they kill it with.
Yeah, but I never understood that, until lately, But these are some of the things that sometimes, we as now knowing, and but the younger generation would never ever learn most of this because even like the cassava now, you don't get much of that around.
Yeah, we're too far removed from the land.
Yeah, that's it.
We're too far removed from the land. And I always say things like okra in particular. Not with it,
Them come naturally.
Yeah. And you see what amount of watermelons and cantaloupes could grow?
Yeah.
Cucumber. Cucumber, cucumber, all those things.
Yeah, lots of stuff. Yeah. I see me because down the planting Tanya and things like that. And I say, what? I don't care who could do all that. Yeah.
You see,
one of the things that is likely to happen very soon here in Carriacou is that we're going to be getting cocoa as well, as we know it. Yes. The drive is on to see how we can get to plant cocoa in Carriacou.
Okay.
I can't recall us having any cocoa tree here in Carriacou. We may have, but as I say, I can't recall. But that is something I think could do us well. Cocoa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We had one in Leicester.
All right.
Cocoa and a bamboo patch. And well, I know my aunt who used to grow on rice in the lagoon. Yeah.
So. But just yesterday, I don't know if you guys were informed or know about that yet, is that the government sent to Carriacou about 400 different plants.
Yes. So revegetate.
Year to. So I believe they've quite a number of plants coming to Carriacou. If they could survive the conditions, you never know. That we're going to start seeing very soon.
But a lot of it, it's just a matter of irrigation. If you wet them stuff, the topsoil is good, wet them. But we didn't have the abundance of water that we needed, because you don't find nobody get up in the morning and watering the plants because the water is for it to drink. But if we had enough of a supply, we could.
And we used to plant around the drains where the water coming from the kitchen.
Yeah, but we still have much more rainfall.
More and dashing.
Yes.
We have to know what you know what. Sometimes we're talking about in dry season, right? You need a lot of irrigation. You need a lot of water, because the Carriacou sun are making joke.
Yeah, you got it. Vibes FM. Caller. Hello.
Good afternoon, guys.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah.
Hi, Kim.
Hi.
Hi. Brother Leon Coy.
Good afternoon.
Kim.
Yes.
With the dumpling with the spoon.
Yeah.
How you see the dumpling with the spoon?
Yeah. Not eat it.
No, you can mix the flour.
Mix it.
Yes, but because my grandfather didn't have teeth, so you have to eat it, make a spoon for it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you have to make if you have some old people, they have no teeth. You have to make the flour with the spoon.
No, that's for them. My double not get some palm boy.
Yeah, man.
You gotta go kicks. You gotta go kicks.
Yes, kicks.
Kicks, Coy.
Martinique.
Coy. You're talking, Jacket.
Yeah.
Jacket with some forage. So put some forage as well.
Yeah, definitely. I like it. As a matter of fact, the tighter you mix the flour, the better it is.
Yes, you must say Martinique when you
yes,
right.
Yeah, man. Brother Leo?
Yes, sir.
Are you talking? You was mentioning something about Dupuna?
Yes. No,
oh my God! Do you make it with the construct?
Yeah, we call it Pimi. Yeah, Dupuna. Yes.
You make it with the construct as well?
Yeah. Everything.
Also, the blogger leaf.
Blogger leaf.
Yeah, right.
Yes. Dupuna, yes, man.
But I think nice.
Yes. But
why you make it? Was you put it on cornmeal?
Yeah, cornmeal. Yes, cornmeal was the major thing. And if you put it, and if you corn is green, now you're saying something. Yes.
Yeah. Better when green.
Green corn, yes, man.
Okay.
They have some.
Dupina. You're talking.
They have some things called Godingo or Modingo something. So it came. I don't know how they need in this thing, but you can eat that if you have dentures. You breaking all.
Who making that?
It's in Vincent. Something else. I forgot what they call it. The thing hard boy. Dango. I forgot what some kind of funny names to that.
But you know with the Belgians they put they make a lot of sugar with the dumplings.
Sugar and yes.
Yeah.
I know you have some.
Yeah, sometimes they do that here to make it a little sweet. Not too sweet, but just enough,
But I never eat it with the essence, but I don't eat it with the sugar in it.
Okay. Well, people have different ways of preparing it, huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Kim?
Yeah.
WCK never for those kayak ban?
Yes.
If I have, say it again, please.
No, WCK.
Yeah.
Is a kayak ban?
Yes, it's Carriacouans. I mean, that were that did that, but they didn't do it inside of Karakou. They didn't do the recording inside of Karakou.
That's a top barrier.
It is. They are.
Karas and Zukan,
Well, I don't know if the original members are still there, but I know in the beginning, like I said, the W was for Wayne. I think the C was for Cornell. I'm trying to remember what the K was for, because they were from the Windward community, I think, Yeah.
Because, a few years ago, there was Stone Europe,
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay,
big band, man. It's a big band.
Wow. Well, when they came to Karakou,
Stone Europe, yeah.
When they came to Karakou, I remember, them coming to look for me in particular, because they realized that I was the one who brought the music down to Karakou into Grenada in the Grenadines, and to make them make them popular. And they came right into my office to say hi and thanks and whatever. And I remember looking at them performing in Maroon Fest in Bel Air Park, and they did them.
Wow.
Everybody came out to see them because their music was very popular, but.
No. I thought it was a big band, man.
Okay. I didn't.
Also, on Brother Leo was talking about some tune, Hit Me With Music.
Yeah. That's the Gaylords out of Dominica.
Oh my God, that song was a big song,
Big song too. Yeah.
It is. Kim, you play tomorrow morning?
I'll play it for you tomorrow morning.
What time?
Well, it's gonna be on the morning show.
Before 6:30?
No. After 6, after 7.
Before 7.
Before 7, a little after 7,
Hit Me With Music. Don't forget that.
No, I won't forget it, because it's a big. It's still a big tune, eh?
Hit me with music.
Yeah.
No, it is still. You remember that, I remember
jukebox.
Did the jukebox?
Jukebox days.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, that was very, very, very popular. Into a nice group.
Hit me with
music. Yeah.
Hit me with music.
Okay, hit music.
I don't hear that name for a long time, for years.
Kim dropped the ball. You can go with Gillads in the money, can you play hit me music? So, but by the way, follow yourself. My buddy just called me. Cook some wheel and send for me.
Yeah?
Yeah, so go and pick up my wheel.
Wheel?
Yeah. Look at that.
Brother Leo, one more thing.
Yes.
You used to have a lady I don't know if it's Bastion in Karakou in Hillsborough there. She used to make the sweet bread. And she used to sprinkle sweet water on it.
Well,
yes.
No.
I buns.
That is not sweet. That is not sweet.
Buns,
yes.
Buns.
I buns.
Well, then when you bake buns, you must mix it with sugar water.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Why they don't do that again?
No, when you hold it, all your hands sticking on it. It's going down good.
Especially with some good lime juice, man.
Yeah, man. Basic buns. If you
I think Innocent Mother used to make it too. Should I bake Innocent Mother?
Not your grandmother, man.
Grandmother, yeah.
Yeah, right.
I used to eat it.
Very close to us, Very, you know what you're talking about?
Where?
Victoria Bay,
Oh, yeah?
Yes, Miss Lila.
Right here?
Yes, right.
Kim.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kim, don't watch me just so you know.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah.
Okay.
Take care.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Brother, don't stop it. Oh no. When you get up in the morning or before you go to bed, music you will hear vibrating must fill up your head. Every time that you're tired and you're hungry, you can't rest.
Those were the days of music. Those were the days of music. And whenever you hear this music now, you could associate with it. You feel a different vibe, not the bang along and all this kind of craziness that's taking place now in our community. No,
man, hit me with singer, man.
Yeah, no, those are it, yeah.
Yeah.
But things have changed drastically.
Yeah.
And you don't find that happening again and again. And we have lost it,
Yeah, man.
And you say you will never come back.
Well, you come back because I tell you, 63 road match was the road to make you walk on Carnival Day.
Yes.
That road match?
Yeah, in 63.
The road was made to walk on
Carnival Day.
Carnival Day.
When Kitchener came back from England.
Yes, Kitch.
Yes. Constable, I don't want to talk about that.
Got to say, any Stillman man who
But
entered the
British
British band
is
in a long funeral to the General Hospital.
Yeah, man.
Or wrong with you?
Too much, you know. And it seems like you can't even sing it in a church now because of him. No, it's up.
Yeah, but those were the days of music.
You're making joke.
And then now things have changed considerably. And then, like I say, it's not going to come back.
So how we call it now? In them days they call it music. How we call it now?
Well, but it's not music. I don't know what to call it, but it's not music. It's just 8 notes, you know. But you know, boy, we had, you know, that how you play them easy dancing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
Cool and the Gang?
No.
What am I
saying?
Wagada or I forget what they call itself. Easy dancing.
Yeah.
No, they have but they have another one from by what the guy name again, boy? Let Me Love You, Bonnie Mac.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Bonnie Mac.
Yeah, those kind of music, you know, we do them sometimes on what you call on Vintage Wednesday. Yeah?
Yes. That's how it is.
Yeah.
But easy dancing was a what? I think big up New York, boy.
Yeah, no. Whenever you play that, you know,
everybody get up.
Yeah, no. It was that type of music again.
You know, I had you know how to credit for that? Davy Simmons, DJ Flagger.
Yeah, okay.
He went to England and he heard it by whole a copy for me. And he burned it, dropped it in from him, goes, what?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, look at that.
Yeah.
Now, because those days, you know, with that type of music, you know, people could really associate with.
Wow.
And it was nice music too, because people dance to the music and everything like that. The artists, if you could pronounce it as Wagadugu.
Wagadugu, yes.
Wagadugu. Yeah. And big hit.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and the thing about it, you know, is that it was nicely put together. And you just can't help but just
that's Ivory Coast music.
Yeah.
Ivory Coast.
Yeah.
Easy dancing. Get that feeling. Yeah. Come dance with me. Yeah.
All right, take the music down and go to the let me go to a phone call. Vibes FM caller? Yes, caller.
Yes,
Come in.
my music.
Yeah.
Music is the food of life, boy.
Yeah,
let it play.
Let it play on.
You know, you're big all the years of going to heaven is to dance, you know. You forget that the thing you're going to do anything, you don't know what to do, you know, just dance.
Oh, God. Yeah, caller, I like that. Yeah.
Listen now.
Yeah.
I heard a man complain about the animals, the goat. I'm very sorry. And I do believe that could be solved with the grass.
Yeah.
For the animals. I saw a truckload on the net being filled with, what were they using, boy? Oh, they're selling up all kind of plants for you up there now. A whole truckload in the forest, they're selling up the variety of trees, mahogany, etc.
Yeah.
So if Tevin could probably call the St. Patrick's politician, they have a lot of vine in that area, Hermitage all the way, all in Uncle Tilly area. And the jetty in Sotez, they could easily get right across the car. Could the kind of animals die?
Well, I don't know.
Easy. But you don't want to hear that kind of thing about animals suffering when just on the Badong is green as ever.
Okay.
No, Kaiko is not dry now.
But Kaiko is not that dry, you know.
No.
You see, what has happened too is that quite a number of the people who have their animals, you know, have been so used to buying this wheat meal. And there's a shortage of wheat meal right now. So, you know, but I know that in many instances, people, you go in the bush and you cut some bush and
yes.
and give them
Yeah. But the man who calls seems to be very senior in age. I don't know by his tone and by the rate of speech. I just assumed that was a kind of a senior man who called.
Yeah. Well, what? Yeah, and maybe he's one of those depending on the wheat mill too, eh?
But wheat mill is mostly pigs, no?
But they give all the animals the wheat mill. They give all the animals the wheat meal. I could tell you that.
What when we used to go and look for doodoo, cut the doodoo and things like that, and bring the
doodoo and poo-poo, yeah, but
and to feed.
Yeah. Well, we gone wrong, you know.
So
Sometimes people get sheep eating rice. How come? How that managed? All right, sheep have to eat rice.
Yeah, color.
Yeah. Well, listen, the other big things are good. We're not in a bad position. I don't let the propaganda weaken things, and so we're not in that bad position. When you listen to Trinidad, well, by the way, I'm getting your station on another station in Trinidad, so that's quite a long time. You didn't know that.
Okay, all right.
What is happening, sir?
When you listen to Trinidad and you hear what's going on, we in paradise. Listen, man, 149 people got shot and thing already in Trinidad for the year.
Oh, we know
and
that.
Perhaps those who
We know that's a common thing in Trinidad.
Yeah.
The murder rate does go faster than the days. On the 15th of the month,
you go faster.
on the 15th of the month, you have 16 murders. So
You go faster than the days. You want 149 fellas, people, precious souls gone.
Yeah.
And all this simple transaction, you're going to meet a man to buy a phone, as a man take out the US to shoot him and all kind of thing, you know. See the things that you wouldn't just see a phone on the net and you go and meet a man in a park. You know, you understand the point I'm making? And a man don't tolerate his wife because somebody tell me wife did somebody go he just shoot her. You know, them kind of thing. So what we need is social education. So that is why those kind of dangerous propaganda that's going around is very bad because it sends people in a mood. Propaganda is the most dangerous element in the whole. Not money that's scarce and bad and things, propaganda. I'm talking about the negative things.
Yeah, right, yeah.
So, for example, like a big hospital agreement signed yesterday. Sinai is the biggest prostate cancer treatment hospital in the U.S. It is the number one in the world for prostate research and treatment. That didn't even make news this morning. I mean, when I listen to Vivian headline, they didn't mention that.
Yeah.
You understand the point I'm making?
Yeah, no, yeah.
So, what the government had to do a kind of thing where they have to have in the school, they have to have a quiz. Like you have an exam now, a secondary school exam. Well, it's too late to introduce that. But I don't hear history mentioned in the exam at all. And history is part of how you're going to make the younger one know what's going on. That have to be there.
I wonder, you know, Sloan Kettering. I never affiliated Sign, I know, but I know Sloan used to be but you
know, Sign is the leading in prostate thing now. The leading thing in prostate thing now. I kind of nuclear treatment.
Yeah.
So we deal with the cream of the crop. Trinidad want to open back the children's hospital that was closed down. That Camilla built in Carolina was closed. And they can't get doctors now. They pay any young money. They can't get doctors. They call in for doctors to come there and they want to make it a teaching hospital as well.
Wow.
So technically, we will get some competition there. You don't know what's going on in your region. The next big thing is they want to go in the reserve fund. You know, they have a heritage fund where they have money saved from the oil. But because they inherit, they say they actually bankrupt. The government has blown the first budget for the half of the year. The whole budget is blown. So there is different thing about chopping this, doing that, and they want to get money in the heritage fund. And that's a big thing. Once you start touching that, IMF is going to start looking at you. Because it means that you can't balance off, you know?
Right. You're on your way out.
GDP. Yeah, so they didn't say they're about 80% or 90%. We quite down still about 60 or 70% of GDP. Our borrowing ability is not bad. We could do that with low interest rate. Barbados is 100 and something percent. So when people don't know all them things, they think we worse off and we think another lie. We're not badly off as they say.
Well, that's coming from the opposition anyway. They're trying to spread those propaganda.
Yeah, but the danger is the mixing. People tend to mix, and what tends to happen? Well, it's like the Garden of Eden. Remember, you're in a perfect environment. The man come and say, boy, if you touch the thing, you ain't go there. You know, the man don't want you to come wise. That's why he tell you to touch it. You're in a perfect environment.
Yeah, right.
And yes, you fail. So don't underestimate those things. The environment could work against you if you don't service the system.
Right.
It's like having a new car and you don't change it all the time. And you know, just the other by the car, man. All right. You've got to service that system, regular information, school quiz, even the sign everything, run a health. Listen, you just done sugar. You put a sugar tax last year. The first thing this year, you go analyzing health. You have to say something about the impact of sugar and how whether they're among decline, whether we don't have the amount of kidney problem again. You know, you give analysis how that work.
Yeah.
To show the relevance of the thing.
All right. Okay.
So you have people now who in the regard now who picking up those things to tell the ministers can't remember everything, but people are in the regard now to say, well, look, in the budget give a preamble about how the sugar tax was effective, and we may consider a salt tax again because we're trying to keep health down. It's not good hospital and surgery we want, we want preventive health and so you all have agitators in those areas. All of the businessmen will be uptight because certain costs might rise, but at the same time you could show the rain. Or it help the society. The school feeding program, for example. The beginning of September, you take a blood test. You see what is the average level of sugar in the blood and so forth. Based on what you're cooking, you could say 6 months time, look at the result we get from SARS, look at the result we get from GBSS, look how you affected the grades. So you make things link.
Right. Yeah.
So you don't allow the propaganda to come in. If you don't do that, there's no vacancy in life. Once you avoid something, hopefully avoid.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's true.
No vacancy.
Yes. So we don't want to leave a void there and say, okay, yeah, man, we're doing good and we're building road. And last point, I talk about the road. You know what happened in Trinidad now? Trinidad doesn't really own the pitch lake.
Did they list it out to Chinese? Or?
Yes, the Chinese, and right now you can't get stone, and they're in big trouble like that. They can't get tar and stone too. They have big primary quarry.
Wow.
I saw last 2 weeks there was a big quarry problem in Grenada when someone in the dump there. They say some man open quarry, the people objected to the door something. But if you don't have those things, your rate of development goes slow. The amount of work that going on, aggregates going to be a problem, sand, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
So if you can't get your stone, people say the road bad, you can't. You can't get stone because nobody don't want those.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
So you have those big constraints. Ghana don't have money. Let me tell you some Ghana run short of US. Last point, you didn't know that?
What, Trinidad too?
Ghana, Trinidad gone through and get the close on the oil thing.
Yeah.
But Ghana with the oil thing, the US is unavailable. The price rise sharply yesterday.
Okay.
So management, we on top of things. When I look at Deacon performance in the White House, the man take a big picture with him and thing, and the foreign affairs minister. With that man has, yeah, man. You didn't see the picture here. You didn't see the picture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We'll go on the net. You'll see. Man. You'll see them on the net, man. So Grenada is not. We don't want to project a thing like if we so dumb and things like that. We must be more optimistic and more, I want to see more upright thinking because we are affecting the young ones bad.
Yeah,
and we don't know that.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the seed we sow in these days.
Yeah.
Yeah. So God give us a good man in a sense. We couldn't get a better man.
The right one. The right one.
We couldn't get a better man overall in the context of things.
Yep.
So let us thank God how we have and want to use.
Yeah,
see better days come and thing like that.
All right.
That's why that's why we had to say we had to bow in humble adoration and say, oh God, how great thou art.
Yes. If any nation know there is a God, it's Grenada. We come from our invasion, we come from Ivan, we come from everything and we're on top still.
Yeah. Thank you.
We right up on sports now, we right up in thinking of education, we're right there.
Yep. Excellent.
All right, so thank you.
So blessing.
Okay.
And stay big, stay blessed. Don't forget the steel band.
Yes. All right. Okay.
It's okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Lie down.
Bye then. Yeah, gentlemen, that is it's so important,
Yes.
that we recognize what we have and try to build on what we have and sustain it as well too. Because, but as the colleagues mentioned there, which we affiliate now with we are Project Polaris here, Mount Sinai. I mean, I'm so excited about it.
Well,
I'm telling you that I see this as a leap forward for Grenada.
Well, if you notice, I became religious right away, with this project.
Good.
Because it's time to take stock and say thank you, God, 5 times. Because we get it, We get it.
Yeah, definitely. And when I listen to the description too, and they have 84 acres of land, which is going to be developed, 10 acres alone for the hospital facility, and they're going to have a hotel there too. They're going to have spas. They're going to have
senior living,
gyms, any little thing, they're going to have shops, the supermarket.
Yes,
there.
it's a community.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not just a village,
No. So
it is
that's
a village.
And the input they're going to get from the experts out there.
That is what you call future thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so futuristic. It's funny that you're going to put no little piap something there, and in 3 years time it become obsolete. Time catch up with it.
And lack of maintenance.
That is what we have now. That facility is state of the art, and even the whole surroundings, the environment is really.
And the management structure is going to be, done there too as well. Yeah. And I think they have a 15-year deal there with Mount Sinai.
Mount Sinai, okay, yes.
Yeah. So by that time, the intention is to groom our locals too. Much of their special, wherever,
But Mount Sinai did say that, noting our medical personnel, the way they're operating with the limited resources, we have good people.
Yeah.
So if they get,
just need to.
Right.
Say if they're going so fast with Ori, we give them an engine.
Going so far with nothing.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So this license that was granted to Mount Sinai come to an end in 2040. Gentlemen, we are in 2025. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine the island in 2040?
Well,
I mean, all the things that was spoken about. 2040, the year 2040. Well, of course, I know.
No, what
I'll say and tell you.
I have an answer for your question. Could I imagine? Because I'll only be able to imagine.
Only able to imagine.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
So if could
that's all you can do.
Yes.
But seriously, just throw your mind forward and imagine that the healthcare is where you think it would be. Education is at a level where people are seeking knowledge, not just anything happen. Imagine what kind of world we will be.
What kind of Grenada we got?
What kind of Grenada? Well, Grenada, yes.
Yeah.
And knowing that we do have a leader who is even thinking further than us.
This is part of Vision 75,
What do you mean?
Yeah. Definitely, because there's quite a number of things they outlined in Vision 75 there. And believe me, on the path we are right now, listen, sky's the limit.
You guys complaining about, well, Boston addressed it, about borrowing money. We want to lend the money as long as it's being used on our people and our country.
Right.
Lend it, man.
Yes.
Lend money, go away.
Yeah, and a lot of the money, as a matter of fact, too, that they're speaking about, is for capital projects.
But that's what I'm saying.
Which makes that's going to develop the economy.
Yeah.
That's an injection into the economy.
You have a higher society. You have people earning a living. We're service of that, man.
Yeah, yeah. And then your local taxes and all these other things that would you take care of your current expenses. What else you want?
Well, I just hope in a few years, when you see in Grenada, you have if you're going to school, you must be walking. Too much idlers.
There's no space for the middle.
No.
Either or.
Walk over to
Go to school. You're walking. Yeah.
We have that with Singapore.
Yes.
We're Singaporean law.
Singapore, yes.
Yeah.
A shining example
of success. Singapore is just besides St. Lucia,
Yeah,
I heard that, yeah.
And one of the richest states in the world, man.
Yeah.
One of the activities there in Singapore. But the guy said, I asked them, what's the reason for the success? Up with education, down with corruption. Case closed. You want nothing more.
Forget that.
Yes. Down with corruption, up with education.
Yes.
And we're good to go.
Well, we're good to go right now. Eh?
Right, thank you.
Yes, so your final words here.
Well, I am excited, and as long as this thing is on stream, the major health facility, I'll stay. I tell you what,
you have a passion for that.
I have a passion for it. Just put me application for extension in life. So I'll live to see and enjoy a little bit of it. Yes, gentlemen, we have to do what we have to do, and we're trying our best to educate as best we can the younger ones so they realize that you are somebody and you're worth more than Imani and Dibushin. Huh?
Kai, you sanction that?
Well, I think yes, certainly we want a lot more than just those frivolous things on the surface that doesn't have any depth and meaning to us. And with that said, I would like to say to everyone that we know in our planting season, we preparing, seeing people preparing, bringing tractors on the land, getting lands plowed in preparation for planting. We haven't planted yet. Right now, we're in the process of preparation.
I'll do it.
And I think that it's something that we should look at very seriously. The idea of planting in preparation to reap a harvest. And so I want to say to all the farmers, and even those, as we talked about earlier, those who have backyard gardening and so on, or kitchen garden as they call it. These are things that we need to do because we need to feed ourselves. By 2040, we have to be able to feed ourselves, yes, and also access the health care that is being provided for us.
Yeah.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station. And to just wrap up our program for today, right here on Vibes FM, Speak Out Unfiltered, we want to thank you so much for your participation. Those of you who listened, as you always do, and those of you who called, and those of you on Facebook and also on YouTube, thank you once again. Until next time, I'm your humble servant, yours truly, Kim the King. It's always a pleasure.